Right. I'd like to begin by actually apologising to a lot of people, because I'm sure a lot of people know all this already. Don't really need me to tell them, or to explain it to them rather. But because it's so helpful, I don't really want anybody to miss out. So here we go. Okay, you got this video here on full screen mode, so I'll just quickly go through that with you. Don't really want to be too long. As you can see, this grey line here, it's segmented, and as I move it along, you'll see the chapters changing. Okay? So if you want to get to a new chapter, you simply read what the chapter is and just press on it. So that's one way of doing it. Okay? So now if you minimize that and you go to the description, which is over here, and you scroll down there. Well, he's got a lot on there. Normally people don't have as much as that, but anyway, where is it? It's here. Can you see where it says chapters? And those are the times, okay, along the video. So, that chapter is 90 minutes along the video. So suppose you want to have a look at that investigation begins. So click on that, on the blue, click there, and it goes straight there, you see? The investigation begins. So hopefully that's quite clear to you. Thank you. I'm going to comment a bit. This is an important video, and it's an important point, so I will make one or two comments on here. I'm not into Facebook or Twitter or anything like that, so I'm really relying on everybody else to please, pass the video on, make sure that as many people as possible read it, and if you're an organization that represents disabled or older people, and you hate to see what's happening here, then just send a link to your friends, just spread it around. And if you want to download the video, that's fine, you can do it. Just don't change anything in it, that's all. So as I mentioned here, anybody's help organization, that includes, just to be absolutely crystal clear, that includes Uber, because they've been having court battles with the mayor, so people might think that it's inappropriate, but I don't think so. I think I will let them know, and it's up to them, because they've got a large database, and I really want as many people as possible to watch this video. Yes, we can't behave stupidly in this world anymore. It's not possible. We're going to lose the respect of everybody around the world because of one idiot. Really is an idiot. Yes, if you do see an advert that's not mine, I can't control it. But, as I mentioned, the bandwidth costs money. So, you have to allow one or two adverts, but I'm not benefiting from it. Okay, I hope you like the little graphics on the left there. In case you didn't notice it, that's it's the DNA. Anyway, so that's us, isn't it? That's us that's us Britons. We love fairness. Nothing else to be said about it. It's true, isn't it? How often have you heard your own kids cry and say, that's not fair, don't do that, So, what was he doing in that council flat? Living, no, I promise I wouldn't do that. No, I don't know what he's like, personally. He could be a very nice person, and he's just doing all this in utter desperation because he's got such a big debt that he's got to service. In fact, even if you go on the site, you realize that he says, he's going to spend the money on transport infrastructure. Well, that means he's dead. So, well, I don't know, but that's only half of it. The other bit is the ambulances, and sorry, 1/3 of it. The other third is, it's the misery he's bringing onto people, utterly unacceptable. I'm not exaggerating. I really am not. So you act as a role model for kids and young people. Very shortly that's the way the whole country goes, you know. So I'm not at all exaggerating. And it really has been a utter disregard for that group of people. I hope his day has come. Very likely it will. But you don't mess around. You don't mess around with the elderly and the old and disabled. Just don't do it. You know. You're going to get yourself in very hot water. Because that could be our mother there. That could be our grandfather. You just haven't got a clue, have you, Mr. Khan? The Minicabs. Well, there's a new whole section on them, so we won't dwell too much on there now. And, you know, that's being kind to him, you know. But I'm not so sure I'm right. Oh, I know it is structural in nature, but I'm not so sure that he really swallowed the gin or swallowed the spin, hook, line and sinker just like that. I think there's more to it than that. This is very true. I mean, you know, during World War II, well, we needed another kind of person, didn't we? We needed an inspirational leader, we needed Churchill, but today, in this technological world, you've got to have somebody who understands technology. You can't get away from that, you know, not at that role, not as Mayor of London, you know. But if, as I said, if you're an outstanding leader, you can get away with it. But you've got to then be careful you don't put your friends in power. Yes, so the whiteboard thing that I'm going to be doing is it's really to show the stupidity, the scientific stupidity of it, but also the enormous unfairness. I obviously can't go into much detail because, you know, it's just people are going to get lost, and I don't want that to happen. So I've kept things as simple as I can, but not stupidly simple, but just, you know, don't forget people are pretty tired. They come back from work. They don't want to be taxing their brains. They just want to be having a cup of coffee with a biscuit and understanding it with relative ease. So, you know. So there I have put a little bit of a hard copy if you want to read. Hello folks, this is the whiteboard to explain to you how unfair Mayor Khan is in terms of what it means owning 2 cars, and also this whiteboard is going to explain to you why scientifically Mayor Khan's ULEZ scheme is an utter nonsense. If his aim is to try and control the amount of NOx, that's nitrogen oxide and nitrogen dioxide, that goes into the atmosphere, then his present scheme is bankrupt. It's not going to do it. It might do it a little bit, but really and truly, this is not the way to go about it. And this is going to show you, this whiteboard demonstration is going to show you just how unfair his system is. Now, I hope you can see I'll give you a close-up of these in a minute. I just want to draw your attention to a few things. first of all, this down here, that's a road. That's a road. That represents, so the dotted lines, if you like, represent the middle of the road, you know, you see markings on the road. So, and you have a blue line here, right? And that's, you think about that as an outward journey. And then the green line is return back to home. Now, I don't know, I'm not very confident about how well you'll see these numbers, but just to let you know what they are, that's at home, obviously you're 0, that's where you're starting off, and that's 1 kilometer, 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kilometers. Now that happens to be for this vehicle here that's going to Lidl, okay? Now this one here, that's past Mr. Khan's criteria, it's going to actually be somebody who uses it to go to work, and he's going to use it, see today, this day is Monday, but he's going to use it every day of the week, Monday to Friday, and there's how much he travels. He travels 1, so on the outward journey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, there, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 kilometers there. And then, did I say miles over here? I hope I didn't. I meant to say kilometers. So it's 15 kilometers there. And then he's going back now. So that's 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So the round trip, that's this thing here, for the day, this fellow here has done 30 kilometers. Whereas this fellow here, okay, on this day, Monday, he's only done 10. Okay? So now, this board is going to get cluttered up in a minute, so that's why I wanted to show it to you uncluttered. And what I'm going to do now, because I don't really want to lose your interest, I'll show you a little something that I've got. It's a little close-up of something. I hope you can see that. That little container represents the amount of NOx that car there, okay, that car there gives out for each kilometer. Each kilometer it goes, it gives out, it fills one of these up. Okay, so you'll see me populate the next scene that you see will be me having populated the whiteboard with a load of these things. In fact, there'll be 15 of them going to work, and then we'll pause the video, and when you see the video again, there'll be another 15 coming back, so there'll be 30 of them, right? So that one, as I said, belongs to this one here, okay? That's a Euro 6, okay? Now, got another one here. This is one that you can't see very well because the lettering is small. So that one there, okay, that one there belongs to this one here, okay? So notice the color. I don't know if you can see the color. That's yellow over there. So that corresponds to the yellow of this one. So that'll help you, you know. I know you're probably home from work. You don't want to think too much, and I don't blame you. I used to be like that myself. Just want to relax with a cup of coffee. And I know you won't have much time to watch this, except when you get back home, and you'll be knackered. I know that. So, you know, that's why I'm making it very simple to understand. So here you are. That's a container that this car here gives out. Gives one of those, 2, 3, 4. For each kilometer it goes, it gives one of those. So when you come back, we'll see the halfway mark. That is to say, now that vehicle's gone there to Lidl. I spent 5 kilometers doing that. And then when he comes back, that car will have done 10 kilometers, and we'll see the containers. All right. So, oh yes, there's one thing down there. I don't know if you can read that note. That note says everything is in kilometers, because I might actually make a mistake. I won't notice it, and then everything will get done, and a lot of work will be done, and then I will realize my mistake later, and then of course it'll be, Anyway, that's home, by the way, sorry about my drawing. That's home for this car, and that bungalow is home for the older person. And there's the work, Put a factory there, but of course it could be an office, could be anything, couldn't it? But it's just a nice symbol, that, so. It's not mine, by the way, I copied it from somewhere. Right, so now I'm going to populate the board, and what I'm actually going to show, I'm going to show this car at work, and I'm going to show all the NOx's that they have given out, and I'm going to show this one at Lidl, and all the NOx's that it's given out, and then we'll start the video again. Okay, so I'm going to pause the video now. Right, so as you can see, got a bit crowded over there, sorry about that, and I had to put that there because, so you're not going to see the number 7. Anyway, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, what happened there? Little mistake there, hang on a minute. Okay, sorry, I missed one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And this one here is okay, and you can see the cars at Lidl and this car's at work. Okay, so they're neither of them home. When the car's home, I'll put it on top of there actually. You won't see it, but you'll know that they're home. So he's gone to work, and he's gone 15 kilometers to work, and this person here has gone to Lidl, and he's only gone 5 kilometers. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, I'm going to repopulate it, so with everything on there. So that's going to get a little crowded, this board, but that's why I showed it to you empty before. Okay? Okay, resuming, and where's my stick? As you can see, both cars are now back home, and that one has done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 kilometers, and this one we already counted 15, so 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Right. Now, I am going to, what I'd like to do is add up how many of these there are. Well, there are 15 and another 15, so that means there's 30 lots of that, and there's 10 lots of that. So on the top here, I'm going to write 10 multiplied by 138 over here. And over here I'm going to write 30 multiplied by 52. So I'll pause the video again. Alright, so I've now entered those numbers in, so it's 138 times 10, that's 1380. And here is 52 multiplied by 30, that's 1560. Okay, so now this is Monday. Okay, so this fellow is going to work every day. This fellow has to pay £12.50. He's just gone in his or her shopping. So that's her settled for him or her settled for the week, or both, man and wife. Okay. So now I'm going to show you what happens on Tuesday. That's the next shot. Okay. So now we're Tuesday. And old fellow here, oh, hang on a minute. Let's make him go to work, shall we? So, fellow's not at home in the morning. He's taken his car and thrown out all these NOXs, okay? All of that. And there he is at work. This person, on the other hand, is at home. Why? Well, hasn't got anything to do, maybe retired, maybe old age pensioner, maybe a disabled person. And most of the time, even now, they're pretty much prisoners in their homes, you know. So, you know, that's what makes this Khan unforgivable, because, you know, they're already a little bit prisoner, and now he wants to make them even more so of a prisoner in their homes. Okay, so now, there he is, gone to work. And he's already thrown out 15 lots of 52s. Okay? So that's Tuesday, remember? Okay? On Monday he did that, 1560. Okay? So let's pause it again. So now on Tuesday, he's done another lot of that, hasn't he? I mean, it's the same that he did on Monday, so there'll be another lot. There'll be one for Monday, one for Tuesday, and so on and so on. Well, I'll just cycle them through, you know, so that, you know, it'll be obvious. So, now we're Wednesday, and he's done it again, hasn't he? He's gone to work. So, boom, 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 back again. That's another lot of 1,560. This fellow has still, because he hasn't done anything on Wednesday, he only went out on Monday, so he still only put that much in the atmosphere. Whereas this fellow here, so far, has put 3 lots of those. Well, let's continue. Now let's assume he's gone to work and he's back. So now, I keep pausing the video. So really, this fellow still at home. So now we're Thursday. He's already thrown 3 lots in, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. This is Thursday. So he's gone to work and come back home again. So he's got another lot of 1,560, you know, NOx units. Alright? Well, this fellow's still only 1,380. So let's go to Friday. So here we are, we're Friday. Now, he's gone to work and has come back home. And this person here went out on Friday. Where did they go? Well, they might have gone to the doctor, or the hospital, or they might have gone to the park for a bit of exercise. So now, providing they don't go out again during the week, they've only had 2 lots of this. Now they've done their week's shopping, doctors etc., they don't really see people on Saturday, or they do, but you know, it's usually days of the week. Same thing for the hospital, you know, all the consultants, all that, are away from, unless on emergency. And of course the park, that's a good day to go to the park because, you know, it's not so crowded. So that's a day, take your dog out or whatever, once a week, nice long run in the park. So essentially what I'm saying is, this person here has gone to the park, or one of those three things, on the Friday. So, Monday to Friday, so far, this fellow has gone 5 lots of this, and this fellow has gone 2 lots of this. Okay? And we're not finished yet, are we? So, let's have a look at Saturday now, shall we? Well, here we are on Saturday. This person's not gone out. This fellow has gone to the shop, which is also, got to be fair, it's also 5 kilometers away from where he lives. So it's 5 kilometers there and 5 kilometers back. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 52, alright, 52 lots of, 10 lots of 52, which is 520. So now, what I'm going to do now, so you've seen what they, on Sunday, or let's just do Sunday as well, just to get the record straight. Okay, now, we're Sunday, it's a day of rest, so I'm assuming he doesn't go out, but of course he's free to go out, doesn't have to pay anything, so he could go out. But anyway, I've said no, let him stay at home, wants to be at home, read the Sunday newspapers and whatever. And this person as well stays at home. So let's just do now since we're Sunday and nobody's going out, and tomorrow is going to be Monday again, so the whole thing is going to repeat itself. Let's have a look at that. This one here has done 2 lots of these, hasn't he? On one day went to the doctor, on the other day went to the little, remove the little slip there, but it's not underneath there, is it? Oh yes, there it is. So on one day went to little, okay, I'll get it out. Anyway, you know it's underneath there. So one day went to little, and the other day went to the doctor or the hospital or to the park. Now this fellow has been out every day of the week except Sunday. For 5 days of a week he went to work. So there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of the week he went to work. On Sunday he went shopping. That's that one there, because that's only 10 miles, a 10-mile round trip, just like this fellow here. So now look, this person has done 2,760 NOx units. Now, this is a very important point. The point is, what is Mayor Khan trying to do? What is his objective? His objective is to get this down to the minimum. Okay? Now, has he done anything about this fellow here? This fellow here could have been working another 20, 30 kilometers away. And that would have been a much more inflated figure. Okay? Now look at the injustice of it all. This fellow's only done 2,760 NOx units, and he's had to pay Mayor Khan, he's had to pay for that privilege of using his car twice, he's had to pay Mayor Khan £25, and probably can't afford it, scrimped and save, deprive themselves of something to pay that, so that they don't get fined £160. But this fellow here, he's done that much scot-free. Okay, and he could have done double that, or treble that, or 4 times that, or 5 times that, and it would still be free to him. So Mr. Khan, Mr. Mayor Khan, how are you controlling NOx units going into the atmosphere? Can you tell the world, explain your stupidity to the world? Because I'd like to know, and I think all of Britain wants to know. I certainly think the Prime Minister wants to know. Okay? And justice wants to know. Justice. You know the meaning of justice? You're a lawyer, Mr. Siddiq Khan. Do you know what it means, justice? It means fairness. So wasn't that drummed into you at law school? So you may be a very fair and nice person at home, but now as mayor, are you being fair? So that's one thing. Now, the other thing is, I said I'd promise and explain to you how this thing is scientifically and technically rubbish. You know the stuff that you put in dustbins? That's what that is. That's what this scheme, this ULEZ scheme, that's what it's all about. Rubbish. And let me tell you why it's rubbish. Because Mr. Khan doesn't have a clue what this figure could be. He doesn't know. This person could have done double or treble or quadruple. Mr. Khan wouldn't know. And neither would his dodgy boffins or technocrats, what do you want to call them? They wouldn't know either. Why? Because Mr. Khan doesn't have any feedback. Mr. Khan is just like the monkey. I wish I had a picture of a monkey here. I'd put the monkey on a man's back or on the green back and say, that's what Mr. Khan is. And the ULEZ and GLA. All of them. That's what they are. They're monkeys on the back of these people here. Yeah? And also people who are concerned about the environment. They say, yes, we can't have too much NOx in the environment. Well, how has he solved that problem there? How has Mr. Khan prevented this fellow from dumping this much in 1 week? How has he done that? It's not possible, is it? Not with his scheme. So Mr. Khan, go back. As a mayor, you're uncivilized. Go back and learn to be civilized before you can carry on a really important office of Mayor of London. That's what I say to you. That's my personal opinion, and I'm sure that there's a great number of people in this country, especially the older people, especially the disabled, especially the pensioners. They are going to agree with me. And if they get this message out, unfortunately I sent it out too late, but if they get it, they're not going to vote for you. And then I hope that you get the message then. But also another thing, even if you get back in, you haven't heard the last of this. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit angry, but I wanted to show it to you, and I wanted everybody to understand my anger and why it's absolutely terrible that a group, an official group, they're local government, they're the regional government after all, you know. What are they doing? Where have they come from, these boffins that advise Khan? Where have they come from? Where have they crawled under? Huh? I would like to know. I really would like to know. Because, you know, I've never seen scientists like that. And I've been involved in science and technology all my life. I mean, I've never come across something as stupid as that. At official level as well. Please understand that, Londoners and Britons as a whole, and the world. This is one renegade of a mayor. Completely. Well, if somebody understands the logic of his system, please leave a comment. Okay? Leave a comment. That's all I can say. I forgot to say something. I did mention it, but I forgot. I should have done this because, you know, this is a whiteboard presentation. So don't forget, folks, that this person here, they don't have, I don't think that a person running a car, a 10, 11-year-old car, has got a lot of money. And very likely, it's probably belongs to somebody, or an old person maybe, or a disabled, you know. It doesn't matter. The point is, it probably doesn't, I mean, it's not like this fellow, for instance, what I'm trying to say. This car is brand new, it's £52,000. This one here, what's the value of it? You know, it's a 10-year-old car, so 11-year-old, so perhaps it's worth, I don't know, £5,000-6,000, something like that. So look, you know, that's 10 times that one there. Okay. Now, for them to get rid of that and get something closer to this, not necessarily this, but closer to this, that's going to cost them an awful lot of money. So in the meantime, they have to lump it, haven't they? They've got to meet this £12.50 per day every time they want to go out. So for the privilege of doing about a third of what this fellow's done, okay, a little bit less than that, but still, they've had to pay Mayor Khan £25. Okay, now if you imagine that over a period of a year, I've done the calculation somewhere in the text. I've done it somewhere else, so you can see that. That's particularly hard on somebody who can't afford it. So think about that. Huh? This fellow here has done that, had to pay that. And this fellow here has done that, had to pay nothing. How is that controlling pollution, Mr. Khan? How is that controlling pollution in London? Everybody wants to know. And I bet you'll try and dodge the issue. it through without watching the video, you could read it at your own pace. Yes, my message to you, go and vote please this time. It's so important for you, really is, really is very important. You don't know how much. Because it isn't just the ULEZ. It's it's a thin edge of the wedge, isn't it? That's what it is. You give him a little bit and he'll feel emboldened and he'll go and do even worse things, And he won't care if it's scientifically stupid, he just won't care. So don't put him in again, that's all. You really have, there are a lot of, all the other candidates, they're okay. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I can't imagine any one of them being as nasty as him, especially the disabled and the ambulances. I just can't imagine that, Especially for the voters in London, but of course anybody in Britain or anywhere else for that matter, very welcome to look at this. I just make a point about seeing, I don't know how to pronounce her name, Berry. She's if you look her up in Wiki, she's got pretty good qualifications as a scientist. I'm not quite sure if she would class herself as a scientist or an engineer. Either way, that's what attracted me to her, and I think that's worth a special mention, because that's what London needs, is somebody who understands things, not just goes blindly about doing stupid things, such as this lunatic of a mayor. Yes, well, it happens all the time, and it's very difficult to get people, certainly certain people, to change their voting habits. But there you are, and I really hope that, this video will help persuade them, because it really needs to do it. It's very obvious, isn't it? Very obvious indeed. It's not to you yet, but it soon will be. Yeah. Vote for him again. Oh my God. Yes, for you too. You may not realize it now, but you soon will, later on. I don't know if you can read that. I hope you can. You know. I will be a mayor for opportunity. London made me, from growing up in a council flat to the top table of government. Really. And what do you do when you're there? Show favoritism? I don't know what... I don't understand that. You penalize the ambulances and fire engines and you exempt taxi drivers. They are the filthiest polluters in central London. Doesn't make any sense to me. But anyway, we'll deal with that a bit more later. Oh, bye folks. Okay, just a word of explanation. As I said, to try and split this up at this stage would probably cost me another day or so, or more, so I can't do it. What's happened is that this title, Introduction to Londoners, has been joined up together with the emissions. I didn't want that to happen, but it did. So if later on you're looking for emissions, you will have to see this lot, but you can always fast forward it. Okay, so on the basis of that, let's just go through this. Yes, I say don't worry, the technical aspects, sure, you don't have to worry about it now. Later on there's a little bit of it, but you know, it's just basic arithmetic, nothing very difficult. And as I said, I was going to try and produce a PDF. Now, just a word about that. The site where this PDF is going to is actually a Google site. I haven't found out too much about it yet, but so it's perfectly safe. You can download from there. It's a Google site. If you want to, you may think you've got enough, and I just hope you think you've got enough. But if you want some more details, I may be able to do a little better by early next week, maybe Tuesday. But I'm going to try and do something else before then, and that is to provide an appeal to the various leaders and the various members, the various candidates. I haven't been able to do this, and I really must get this posted up. Okay, so let's go. So a PDF possibly coming, and it's quite safe to download it. I'll see if I can get the link in, but you might find that when you go there it's not there yet, so I don't know how I'm going to handle that. I'll do my best anyway. Yes, now this business of unfairness, that's really extremely serious. Very serious indeed. We can't have this in Britain, absolutely not. You know, it's just not acceptable. And you know, to be unfair against the fire and the ambulance and the general emergency services, that's criminal, excuse me. Yes, and favoritism has no place in Britain, absolutely none. Yeah, so what is done there is, you know, use the green card, you know, effectively to raise money, and well, you'll see it, that'll be clear to you. Now, it's a phenomenal amount of debt, phenomenal. Yes, but what I mean is, knock on, you certainly will end up having to pay more for lots of things, not just one thing, because you know you have to understand that most deliveries and vans and the like, they're mostly diesel, they're not petrol, and diesels are very economical to run, and you know, a 6-year-old diesel is virtually a new car. Yeah, so that's very true, and it makes my position a nonsense to see this monster getting away with what he's doing. It's not just me, but my colleagues as well, people I've worked with, you know. We haven't just been working for salaries, we've been working because we believe in London, and you know, I've been doing it for 22 years, you know. And the reason I stopped, because I became, well, anyway, 22 years. Yes, I just want to make this clear, actually. I still enjoy engineering, although I'm restricted to just doing a little bit of research on my own, not making any money out of it. Just and of course I'll be very happy to help, especially if the new mayor doesn't know who to trust or in whom to put their trust or his trust in. And there's that transitionary period where he or she will need some straight advice, and I can help there, but free of charge, not even expenses. Yes, well, mentioned that before. Yes, we'll go through that very quite good detail later on. Yes. Yes, you think, if you're a plumber with a maybe a plumber, people need plumbers in emergencies, but they don't need new bathrooms in emergencies. So if you think I'm all right, Jack, and because you've got a petrol van, well, you're not, because your clients are not going to be able to afford a lot of your services soon. So really watch out. I just said that, so you got the message, I hope. He's relying on you, just thinks you're stupid. That's what he thinks. He thinks, I haven't penalized them, let them get away with a lot, so now they're going to vote me back. Well, I think let's hope he's not right. I don't think he's right, but there you are. Yes, that's one of the things that is just not possible with me. It's completely out of my nature to be that way. Impossible. So just take it from me. And this is the point that I hope many Muslims will understand, that you can't, especially now at Ramadan, you can't bring about misery to a whole group of people in the country. And we don't care if Mayor Khan is your brother or is your uncle or is whatever. You can't condone this kind of behavior. As a Muslim, you can't. Okay, so here we go. We're going on to emissions. There should have been a new section, but there you are. Sorry about that. Funny thing about CO2, a lot of the times the cars that he's banning have a much higher CO2, much lower CO2 than the cars that he's not banning. So he hasn't, CO2 doesn't matter to Mayor Khan. Of course it does, and so does carbon monoxide, because that's lethal as well, isn't it, carbon monoxide? So yes, you can find these standards at the AARAC websites. Okay, now just going to make a little point here because I might forget to do it later on. if you've got a newish car, well, I don't know how new, but I think going up to 15, 20 years, you'll be quoted a figure for NOx plus particulate, and they will be given as milligrams per kilowatt hour rather than milligrams per kilometer. Now, all that is that it depends on the loading of the car. If the car is loaded up, it's obviously going to use more petrol and it's going to burn more fuel, therefore it's going to generate more NO2s and NOs. So that's why, and there's probably some, and I make that point later on as well when I discuss the MOT route. I do say that, there are empirical methods of determining, fairly accurately actually, the figure that you want, which is this milligram per kilometer. You can get an average or a reasonably good average value that you can plug that you can use directly as milligrams per kilometers. But strictly speaking, you can't. You should really be using it as milligram per kilowatt hour. So these are petrol. Okay, petrol. Now it's the same NOx, but as diesel, as you'll see. So this one, a 15-year-old car, but still, I'll make the point that, plenty of life in cars. My car is much older. And these are the diesel figures. Look at that. Well, if it's older than 15 years, well, actually he says, let's be fair to him, he says, oh no, you can still find some cars that are even older. Well, let's not rely on that, shall we? That is what is reliable. The figure I'm giving you now is reliable. If it's older than 15, you may have to pay, and if it's younger, you won't have to pay. If it's petrol. That's if it's built to proper standards. I don't know. That's true for every car. Should be, because they shouldn't have been allowed to be sold in Britain, Now, this is quite an important point, because everybody knows about engine wear, obviously. And engine wear is something which will not help your emission figures, although it's mainly carburation and everything else, but still, the just one little thing is that if your engine is not very efficient, you will be burning more fuel just for the same amount of power, And on top of which you might be burning oil. Don't know about oil. I mean, what's the NOx of oil? Because if you've got a bit of a leak into the cylinder head, a bit of an oil leak going past your piston rings or something like that, how much of that oil that's being burnt, how much nitrous oxides and nitrogen dioxides come from that as opposed to the fuel? So, But anyway, problem with an engine is that it's got to be good. You can't have a dodgy engine in the car that you own. And this is where lubricants like Castrol, excellent oil by the way, I'm not just I'm not just plugging it, it really is. Oh, I think I moved this. Okay, yeah, so I'm not just plugging the oil, it really is very good. And of course, providing you've got good oil filters, that'll keep your engine in good shape. So, you know, doing 3,000 miles a year in London is a lot, actually. You know, it's quite a lot of mileage, you know, in London, if you remain within London. And, you know, rust treatment for cars have been excellent over the years. You very rarely have a car that's rusted through, that's been galvanized and all the rest of it. This is the really hard part, because if you've got a diesel car that's older than 6 years old, you're certainly going to. Most people don't have new diesel cars. I would say he's being very disingenuous. He's strapping most of the diesel cars that are on the road. And that's just not fair. There's another way you'll discover later. Yes, it's quite ruthless there. So we'll go to that website. Greetings and welcome, fellow Londoners, Britons, and of course, as this is a computer YouTube show, hello world. Okay, let's hold hands. This is a brief tour of the official ULEZ website, and I'm going to go straight to the pages that I'd like to visit, accompanied by you, I hope. I can do this, as you can see on the screen. I've already identified the pages, and I've copied them to my text editor, and from the links I'm just going to go straight to the address bar of the browser. It's a little bit quicker, and we're very short of time because the other parts of this video are very long. So let's proceed. Let's visit cars first. Well, I haven't got a link for that, so let's just go to this one here, ultra low emission zone, and then move to cars. What's happened here? Okay. Go to. There's the links over there. Okay, we're in. So that's a main welcoming page. Let's just go to cars, so go on this one here. I don't want to spend too much time on this, so really tells you essentially what I've covered that in the video, so I'm not just going to go through that. And here are the charges, as you can see, £12.50 if your car does not qualify, and the penalty charge is £160 reduced. That's so that you don't make any trouble for them, they'll reduce it. Now this auto-pay thing here, I've covered it in the video, but it's my advice, quick advice to you. I don't think I've said that in the video, the other parts of this video. I would open a separate bank account for that. I would go to any bank, open another current account, and put a cap on what they can take out of there, the £100 or something. Because if they make mistakes, you very hard time getting it back. Okay, now one point that I want to make here quickly. You can pay online. Well, that's safer. It's just a pity that I don't think you can pay with PayPal. I wish they could. Certainly would trust PayPal more than I trust them. Or you can pay by phone. Now this is the point I want to make to you. They expect you to use the phone. They say you should pay by phone, or you can, or we expect you to. Either one of these three ways. They don't give you another way. You can't, for instance, write in and send a check, and then it tells you what you can do. If you can't afford to pay their tax, and your car doesn't meet you can cycle, you can do all these things here, but of course if you're disabled, very ill, you can't do any of those things. Joining a car club, well, that's silly. It probably cost you more than the £12.50. Okay, and again, upgrade to a second hand. I've covered all that in the video, so really I'm not going to go. So really what I'll do quickly now is I'll just scroll this down. I won't stay here because really I need to move on. So now there is we start off that link. That link did have vans, which is what I really want. Oh, sorry, here, quick. No, okay, that's cars. So really, but if we come on, the right-hand side here, you can see cars. They don't have. I'll tell you how to get to vans, so you have to actually go back to get to vans. Alright, so we'll go back, and then we can go to vans. Okay, or you can do it from where I had that list in the browser. Oh, I forgot to mention, the list that you saw in the browser, in that office, open office thing, that will be in the description box, so you can just click those links and it'll get you straight there. Okay, so let's have a look at vans and minibuses, okay? So now here, this is the first thing I want you to notice, please, is the vehicles that will have to pay. So all these vehicles here, they will have to pay. They're not exempt, okay? It's very clear. And have a look, third one along, there you are, that one there, ambulance. If you're an ambulance, it doesn't matter whose life you're saving, you're going to have to pay, okay? Again, you can read this, spend your time reading it. But really, let's go on to the next one. They don't have the bus, they don't have the, oh yeah, here it is, lorries, coaches, and larger vehicles. So we'll go on that one there. Now, that one before, you had to pay £12.50 as well. This one here, it's £100. But look at the list. Fire engines. So Mayor Khan is expecting payment from fire engines, okay? So I've shown you that it is here, okay? You have to pay if you are one of these vehicles. Quite clear, okay? And just to go down here, you will see where it says how much. ULEZ charge £100 a day, and penalty charge is £1,000. Okay. So, and make this point in the later on in my video. It's not a 24-hour period, it's a daily period. So if you happen to be out just before midnight, you get nabbed for 2 charges. And we have made that point earlier in the video. So I just want to quickly go back to cars, because I forgot to mention something. There, cars. Okay, so just go to cars. Okay, and this statement here, we prefer that you use a vehicle. So really this is one of the most arrogant statements I've come across in my life. They don't care if you can afford to buy a vehicle or not. If they don't care what kind of vehicle you're going to buy, it's going to be a bad quality one. And they know that most people don't have the money to go and buy a new car. That's it. So let's treat that statement with the contempt that it deserves, really. And this one too, scrappage scheme. You have to be on certain benefits to get that. So it is scrappage scheme. Okay? You want to have a look at that. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to look at this one. We're going to end by looking at that. So it's discounts and exemptions. So now here is an interesting one, because these are the... So let's have a look at... These are the vehicles that are... But you'll have to read through this. Residents, essentially all that is saying to you is that from the 24th of October onwards, you have to pay if you're a resident. Okay. Similarly, if you're a disabled person, you're going to have to pay, depending on what car you've got. If it's one that's registered with the DVLA as a special car, and they're pretty rare. You have to be, handicapped, and it's got to be very badly handicapped, and it's got to be specially prepared, and even those classes of vehicles where the person is complete paraplegic, they're going to have to pay from 2025 onwards. That's 4 years from now. Okay, so they get a period of 4 years grace, which is nothing at all. Taxis, on the other hand, taxis, they have no limit for how long they're going to be. They're not exempted, full stop. The only thing that they have to qualify is they cannot be more than 15 years old. Okay, so anything up to 2006 is fine, But you should see some of the older taxis in London. They are really, really, they get used a lot, so they're not dangerous, I don't mean that. A well-serviced diesel taxi can last 30, 40 years even, so that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that they have high mileage and they do spew out a lot of soot and other pollution. Alright, so you can go through that at your own pace. Okay, so but here are the other exempt vehicles. So, again, those are the exempts. So as we saw in this list here, or in the ambulances, fire engines, police, they're not exempt. Okay. So here we go to other exempts, and you can see on this list here, they're not. Those are exempt, but you don't see fire engines or the police or the ambulances. Okay, and you've got showmans, circus and all that. This one here is particularly harsh as well. They're only given 2 more years, okay, 2.5 years, and then they will have to pay as well. Right, which is scandalous, because a lot of these minibuses, they're charity run and they help take people out from their miserable lives, people who live in homes and things like that. So they are really needed. And they are old trucks. They're not old. I mean, you just have to be a little bit more than 5 years old, because, no bus is a petrol bus, That's ridiculous. All buses, nearly 99.5% of them are diesel, so they'll all be caught up in this trap. Okay, also schools, all that, they have buses. Now, how much is a bus? 15 places, 20 places? Just about take a class. How many classes do you think there are in a school if they want to? 20, 30 classes, you know? And 20, 30 times 100 a day? It's a lot of money, isn't it? £20,000 something, alright? No, £2,000. That's just for one day out, you know, somewhere. Anyway, right. So thank you very much indeed. So I've shown you the site and shown you how to navigate it. So, you know, do go there and if you find something I've missed and I haven't spoken about in the video, then by all means leave a comment. You know, I hope to have an email attached to my, I know a lot of people don't have an email attached to their channel, but I'm going to try and have one because I think it's very important. And while I'm speaking, please can I ask you to subscribe and ring that bell, because then I hope that I'll be able to have time to produce one or two other videos. I don't have a lot of time, but I've gotten good practice now, and you know, I have difficulties, personal difficulties, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it, but just in case, do subscribe, and if need be, if I have put something out, or just check on the channel, you know, between now and well, even beyond really, because you've seen that I've made an appeal to the Supreme Court. Maybe something will come off that. I don't know. Anyway, cheerio, folks. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. I'll slip it in. Yes, just to let you know that the better way, that's the MOT route. That is the better way. I'll leave this one up for a little while so you can read it. Okay, so all those things are true. Every single one of them is true. We've all heard of the monkey on someone's back, haven't we? He's got himself into a mess financially and he wants you to pay for it. That's the long and short of it. Even the Prime Minister's taken him to task over it, you know. And you may not support Boris Johnson, but I think he's right there. People do go to that site because that's, you really need to know what he's written there, you know. I mean, I've shown it, but you know, it may not be very clear. Hello folks, just taking you to I brought up this browser page again, and it's this site here that I make use of. So I'm just going to take you there. I'm not sure which one it is, whether it's the first or second, but I think it's oh, they're actually the same. I just realized that. Okay, so either one of those will do. So let's take this one. There we go. Copy and paste that. Let's go. Okay, so here we have so this is that site, change.org, and somebody raised a signature, 147,617 have signed. That's how many people are really, you know, not everybody knows about that, so that's probably represents probably less than 10% of people who would even sign if they knew of this site. So a lot of people knew the site, so didn't. Anyway, let's move forward and talk briefly about the ULEZ standards there again, so if you want to go through that. It's worth looking at this, but this is the one that I want to show you, okay? This is a very important comment. It's made by the man himself, okay? There it is. He answered these people, and I just click on there, and you can read what he had to say. I'm going to scroll very slowly. Anyway, go there yourself and read it. That's an interesting bit here. That can mean anything. It's a big hole as far as I'm concerned. There we are. There's another very good bit coming. Okay? That's a very important point, because he is accepting money to drive your cars that he says are lethal. Okay? He says, okay, your car is lethal, but you can drive, you give me money. Alright. Thanks very much. I don't think I need to say much, because I've covered this video in what he has to say here. I just thought I've scrolled it very slowly in case you can read it all, but if you want to visit, you have the link, which will be in the description box. Okay, thank you very much. That's my visit. So, it's an interesting point, isn't it? It's lethal. You might say, some of you are kind that he's exaggerating. Well, no, not in the tone of that letter. He wasn't exaggerating. Not at all. It's just that at that time, or even now, he didn't think that anyone would catch him up in his own web of deceit. Oh, they always think that, don't they? They're going to get away with it. You can always pause this video, by the way, you know that, don't you? Just press the space bar on your computer. Yes, that's something he hasn't done, but I mean, I'll show you that on the whiteboard, and that's really quite stupid. Big paradox, isn't it? Oh yes, I have to be careful here, so I'm just saying to you that, the associate logic reasoning, that's what I've applied here. It's perfectly legitimate. But, you might turn around and say, well, I didn't say that, and I didn't say that. Well, you actually did, by your actions, is what I'm saying. Your actions and your words merge together. Might be a little joke at the end, but it really isn't, not at all. Find out later. Will he have the guts? I doubt it. Okay. Long one, this one, but it was important. Hello. Right, now we're just going to deal with this ULEZ fee and collection system. It's quite important because really a lot of people won't realize that, they're not going to get a bill in the post or they're not going to be notified that they've done something wrong, or they've they've done something that requires payment. What the mayor is saying is, if you incur a ULEZ charge, then you must take the first step. And if you don't, we will fine you. Okay? Now, I think that's awful and appalling, because there's no need for him to do that. He could set up a text system, or he could set up an email system, or he could just send you a notice in the post. After all, you know, you're not to know. You've got a dynamic situation going on. It's not like you've parked in a street and you've come back and you've seen a parking ticket on your car. It's nothing like that, is it? You may have just strayed in somewhere not realizing that you've done that. And in fact, that's a point. A lot of people, that has happened to a lot of people. And there's a newspaper article about that. I don't know if I can find it. Yes, I think it's Daily Express, I think. They had an article. If I find it, I'll put the link in the description box. Anyway, so they've not realized they've done anything wrong. And what happens? A few days later, bang, a fine, and you'll see later, £160. Right? That's totally and grossly unfair. Can't do this to people, you know. Who do you think you are, Mr. Mayor? Who do you think you are? I don't want to mention any names from the past, but you know, you tempt me to. Anyway, so that's what will happen. Now, just a quick note about this auto payment. Now, of course, you can register for that, but things will happen, you know, without your knowledge. Suddenly something will happen, and you may not even be guilty, and something may happen. Who knows, you know? No number plate recognition system is infallible, and sometimes, you know, you've got these fancy systems. Okay, they've had time to develop it, but still, they're by no means 100%. And even if they were, you know, somebody could bill you twice, or a system could have a glitch, lots of things. So really my advice to you is, if the scheme goes ahead, and if it's not put a stop by the new mayor, I hope, then I would certainly go with this auto payment, but I wouldn't do it with your regular current account. I really wouldn't do it that way. I really recommend you to go and open a new current account, get a new debit, you know, you can give them a new debit card details, and then you go to your bank and you give them instructions. No, it must not exceed £100. Okay, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do £12.50 that many times that you can't check. So that's what I would suggest you do. Or if you're worried, £200, but then keep it to that. Okay, so remember now, that's very important. You are not going to be notified by the ULEZ system that you've incurred a charge. So all I have been saying to you, you must take the first step, you must pay it, or you will incur the penalty charge automatically. Now, pay by phone with your debit card, well, you know, everybody knows. Khan and his sidekicks, they ought to know that as well, you know. Very bad idea to, you only do it in an emergency, very bad idea to give your card details over the phone. You know, they ask you for the long number, they ask you for your name, they ask you for the security code at the back. You know, sometimes in the same phone call, you'd ask for your address, lots of things. You come back and, you know, you've been hacked and somebody's taken your money. Then, of course, you're going to have to spend hours and hours on the phone to your bank, and it's not worth it, is it? So, I would not phone. You pay by line, but then you see, you don't always get a good receipt when you pay by line. You press something by accident and off it goes, and you may have forgotten to tick the box that says I want to receipt, or lots of things. You have no idea what's happened, you know. This happens in a flash, doesn't it? So it comes back to this autopay, yeah? So that's £10 a year. So anyway. So let's move on. Pay online. If you want to do it, if you have to pay it, then pay it online. So, and the point I make at the bottom down there is that you do have a very limited time to pay. I don't know how long, I haven't been able to find that out, but because I haven't been looking very hard, it's not a priority. But anyway, you need to find out how long you have. Could be a week, could be a couple of weeks, I don't know. Could be even less, you know. So, yes, and autopay, it's another point. They'll be putting your bank details on their system, so their computer system, which is subject to hacking. You know, if really good systems like Google, like Facebook, like Twitter, and if all of those have suffered from hacking before, do you think that some idiot at GLA will really be able to prevent hacking? I'm certain that they can't. Not properly anyway. Not to the extent that Google can, or eBay, or Facebook, or PayPal. Not to that extent. Whether you can pay by PayPal, I don't know. I don't think so, unless you pay a little bit of extra. And really, if you've got that option to pay a little bit of extra and do it by PayPal, do it by PayPal. That's my advice to you. You know, with PayPal, you get a receipt, and you get an email receipt, you know. Oh, lots of good things, you know. So that's my advice to you. So remember now, if you've got a band that's heavier than 3.5 tons, doesn't actually say that specifically anywhere in their website, but it implies it. So I have to say that it is there. £100 a day, not £12.50. And yes, I'll talk about penalty in a minute, you know, a separate video, but there you are, you know. 160, and if you don't make trouble for them, pay 80. That's what it is. It's not giving you a grace of 14 days because they're kind. It's just they don't want you to start questioning them, and you know. So remember now, the penalty is high for trucks. £1,000 penalty. Why? Why so high? Anyway, we'll talk about that in here. So yes, look at that heading, you know. Sorrow for Londoners to finance a reckless spending. Well, he has, you know. He really has. He's spent. It makes me think of that First Lady of the Philippines. What was her name? Imelda Marcos, something like that. I can't remember. She spent, you know, a fortune, and she had 5,000 pairs of shoes or something. That's what she did. She went and spent, you know. So that's Mayor Khan for you and his GLA. Spend, like there's no tomorrow. And then when they're taken to task by the Prime Minister, well, they get cross. Why should they get cross? And Prime Minister, I'm not here to you know, to support Mr. Johnson, you know, or praise his every move. No, he did say that he left the GLA in good shape. Those were his words, very words, you know. I left them in good shape. So, unless he's lying, how can Boris Johnson and Ken Livingstone before that have managed to keep a good financial control of the GLA And yet here comes Hopalong Cassidy and you know, and makes a huge mess with it, you know. How is that possible? I mean, it must be some sort of mentality problem, you know. Spend, you know. You know how people do, max your credit card and all that. Well, that's calm for you, you know. And yes, saying all this, and I'm forgetting the point of this particular slide, you know. People have to go shopping, they've got to go to a hospital, or doctor, or dentist, or just a day out in the past. What's the point of living? What's the joy in living if you can't take your car and go to the park? And what's the joy of living? What are we? We're prisoners or what? Anyway, and pension. Person doesn't get a lot of pension. And later on I'll show you how he's eaten into that, you know, and how he expects to gain from that. I'll show it to you when I deal with that section, you know. And it's criminal. What can you say? It's absolutely criminal. No. All because of financial mismanagement. And yes, you know, I've made the point. If you want to improve London's air quality, then you've got to take steps as a holistic approach. You know, you don't, and with proper feedback, and I'll talk about feedback later, so I don't want to go on too much about it, but there you are. That's how you've got to do it. Not, and you've got to be truthful. If you've got a big debt and you want to pay for it, you've got to be truthful about it. You've got to say, I've got to find the money some other way. Not penalise old people and elderly and disabled people. They haven't had anything to do with your debt, have they? You haven't given them any money, have you? What have you done? Who have you given all this money to? Certainly not to the disabled. Certainly not to the NHS, who you're going to now make pay with their ambulances. Certainly not to the fire engines, you know, who risk their lives, you know, fighting fires on our behalf. So on whose behalf have you gone and accrued this giant debt, Mr. Khan, that you need to con everybody in London into paying your debt off for you? Yes, yeah, you know, you don't know about the Ivory Tower, right? Sit up, you know, up there, isolated from well, I say that, now that's me being kind to you, because I say, oh, you don't realize what you're doing. In fact, you do know what you're doing, don't you, Mr. Khan? Okay, so we're going to look at ULEZ flaws. Let's get on with it. Certainly is a fool. So here's a very big one. Has absolutely no idea that the cars that he's allowed to drive in London for nothing, doesn't know how much pollution they're given out. And with his system, it does matter. It doesn't matter how much, because he's trying in a piecemeal way to reduce. You know, you can't drive, you can drive, you can't drive. He's trying in a piecemeal way, isn't he, to reduce the atmosphere. He's not using a holistic approach for the whole of London. There's no feedback in what he's doing. So, you know, hasn't an idea. But do you think he'll stop? I don't think so. Or if you let him, or if you don't say anything, this is a point that's very important. We don't, a car is £50,000, 60, expensive BMW, you know, 80,000, and we don't produce them anymore. I mean, Jaguar, Rover. I'm not sure if even I know Land Rover and Jaguars are still manufactured in Britain, but they're not British owned. And Minis, well, I don't know about Minis. I know they're owned by BMW, but are they made here? That I don't know. So, you know, singing the praises of going to buy a new car. Get yourself a different car. And the man is such a fool that he doesn't even realize how much it's going to cost Britain. Okay? But of course, being the male version of Imelda Marcos, he doesn't know anything about debts, does he? He just knows how to spend. Does he know how to count? Does he understand anything about balance of payments? And don't forget what he's doing, you know. Any car that's older than 6 years, any diesel car that's older than 6 years old, you are going into the dustbin. Ridiculous. Now, you know, he might hope that he's, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm right, rather. He might think that he'd get sympathy from Barry. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce her name. Is it Sian? If it's for Irish, then they have a special name, a way of spelling things like Siobhan and things. I don't know. Is it Sian? So if it's Sian, you know, maybe he thinks he's going to get her support, but I don't think as a scientist, I may be wrong, but I don't think as a scientist she wants to go down that line. She probably thinks, you know, we need to control the... I don't want to say what she thinks. I'm just saying that it wouldn't surprise me if she thought like that, put it that way. She wants effective control of pollution, and she wants a way that she can monitor it. Okay. Not just going to ban a car because 6 years old from ever being used in London. I don't think that's a way. Could be wrong, but I don't think so. So here we go, you know. UK forced over a period of 6 months from now. Everybody has to maybe spend 20,000. 1 million people in London want a decent car. They're not going to buy second-hand rubbish. It's going to cost them maybe 50. I say 15. Okay? So 15,000 times, say, 1 million people. Yes, 10 to the 9, that's 15 billion, that's it. Okay? So if everybody in London decided to spend £15,000, they've got diesels now and buy a newer car, which I don't think they could, you know, get a much newer car than they have. It would be 15 billion. He thinks that that he can speak for our country. Go and spend 15 billion pounds. Can you now, Mr. Khan? Do you think you're entitled to do that? Okay? Okay, so I'm now going to talk about hardships. Now later on when I have address a special little section called Old and Disabled, I'm sure that I'm going to break your heart. I'm sure of it. And even if you're a very hard person, I'm sure I'm going to break your heart. But let me tell you what you know, a lot of old people. Now, these are people who are in London, so if you're watching this, Londoner, and you use the bus, then most certainly you are going to be the type of person who will vote Labour. Okay? Because that's the tradition. But believe me, vote Labour, and all this is going to become doubly, 10 times worse of a nightmare than it is now. And you know, very few people are going to be able to use their car. Now, as I said, you know, using your non-ULEZ car, it really doesn't mean that you are putting an awful lot of if you are an old person, or you are a disabled person, or you are a poor person, you've got other things to worry about the cost, haven't you? You've got to find the cost of petrol, you've got to find, or diesel, whatever. You've got to find, you know, somewhere to go to. Maybe you've got a friend that you go to, but when you get there, you might not be able to find a parking place. You have to pay for parking, so it's not always, you know, easy for you to use your car. So oftentimes you don't. So you tend to use your car for things that you really need to use your car for. And then it really doesn't matter how much NOx your car gives out, does it? Because you don't use it that often. And that's a fact. Okay, so now, but you might use it twice a week. Not for very far, maybe just to pop down the supermarket, go to your doctor, go to the park, as I mentioned. I've given you those 3 examples because those are the most common examples that older people do. Go to the dentist, but you're not going, and of course you like a day out, but when you go for a day out, you're out of the country, so it's different, you know. And as you get older and older, you know, you have less confidence to go driving outside London. It worries you, it scares you, you're not familiar with the traffic layout and all that. So, that's another thing, of course. If you've got to go somewhere fairly far in London, you don't know the way, you're not 100% on how to use a sat-nav. Most of us do know how to use it properly, but a lot of people don't. You just don't have the confidence to go driving around very far from your home. So you're probably a very small user. That's if you're older, you're poor, you're disabled, you're old, you're elderly. Yes, all that is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the trader who goes around London in his 30s or in his 40s or in his... I'm just talking about people in their 60s, in their 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s, all right? As I said, later on I'll discuss this in more detail. Yes. Do you know who I'm talking about? I think you do. I think that's his role model. Yeah. It's a good question, don't you think? I wonder what his answer will be. Now let's have a look there, because we're talking about ULEZ Hardships. You've taken somebody's £12.50 away from him. Now, you know, these are little prices actually, so I don't know how they compare with other supermarkets. I tend not to have too much information about the other supermarkets, except Asda. Yeah, fairly comparable to Asda anyway. And Aldi, Asda and Aldi. So, you can get loaf of bread for 65p. Big loaf. You can get some Brazilian corned beef, 8 tins, easily. Some really nice sardines or mackerel fillets. And if you live in London, then certainly you can take advantage of buying your vegetables, you know, in those £1 bowls. So essentially you'll have 12 £1 bowls of what you want. So I think that easily is enough for 2 weeks. Of course, you know, you need your 5 a day, so, you know, freshly squeezed orange juice in the morning. And then you need your staples. You can get 20 kilos of potatoes or more. If you get them reduced, you can certainly get more than that. Or you can get 15 kilos of rice, not the top quality basmati, but not bad. So, take away that £12.50, you're taking one of those items away from somebody. How happy do you think they're going to feel? Especially now that they know that you're ripping them off. How do you think people are going to feel towards you? Plus, you know, it's criminal what you're doing to older and poor people, isn't it? Are you really a politician? Or are you, a Labour politician? Or are you some extreme right wolf in sheep's clothing? What are you, Mr. Khan? And I'd like you to, you know, £7 billion. Now our population in London, I think, is about 8 billion. So that's nearly £1,000 of death. Pounds of death for nearly everybody in London, including babies. So if you're a family of 4, 2 babies, 2 grown-ups, that's £4,000 that Khan has put you in debt for. Has he done that? And as I mentioned before, the Prime Minister has said he left the GLA in good shape, and I don't think he's lying, or we would have heard about it before now. So what makes you a debt monger, for lack of a better word? Are you incompetent? And if you are, do we Londoners want an incompetent mayor? And if it's in your nature to accrue debts, how do we know you're not just going to continue? Remember what I said about this Marcos First Lady in the Philippines? That was our nature, to buy shoes, you know. I think we've got something similar here. Doesn't care about tomorrow, just spend today. So again, I'm going to ask this question on behalf of all Londoners. How on earth did you manage to accrue that level of debt? You can't, and the point is, however else you do it, however else you choose to do it, you cannot offload your financial problems on the least advantaged people in London, okay? It's not, as I say, it's insane and absolutely bizarre. Okay? You want to be just? Were you taught to be just at law school? You're going to blame your science team? Or you're going to listen to the science team that will probably voice their opinions from all over the world and probably save a lot of hardship. And let's give you an olive branch, you know. If you've done something wrong, admit it, and let's move on. Okay, so we're going to talk a bit about the penalty system now. So what's happened is that you've incurred a charge and you didn't realize it, you didn't pay it, suddenly in the post you get a notice. Oh, yeah. You can send you a notice later, but you can't send you a notice before. So, and you know these things are completely automated. You've seen all this junk mail that comes into you, that come to your home. They're completely automated. They're generated by the millions. Probably cost him less than 10p to send you a notification that you've really, I'm not kidding you, less than 10p. I know the cost of postage is 17 or 18p, but you all know, you go on eBay, you find, free postage on something that costs £1. So you know that it is not what they're paying. What people who are large users of postage don't pay the same as you and I do when we go to the post office. They have special rates. So, it could be as little as 20p to send you a notice. That's the cost of everything included. But he doesn't do it, no, he doesn't do it. See, he could even do it and say, we're going to charge you 20p. Anyway, it's ridiculous. That's silly, actually, what I'm saying. He could just do it, couldn't he? At 20p a pop or 50p a pop, just send you the notification. I could say, the note, you have to pay £12.50 plus £1 for administration because you didn't do it yourself. Could have done that, couldn't he? So, didn't. Right, now, there is this 7 billion deficit. I read it in a few places, but I'm not sure whether I'm going to find the time to find it on the internet in order to put it in the description. So, if you don't find it there, if you don't find the link there, please look for it yourself. And I think it comes from Guardian newspaper. I'm not really 100% sure, but I'll try and find it later on, and I'll put it in my notes to post in the description. By the way, I just mentioned something to a lot of people who may not realize it, that in the video description there's usually a little button which says show more. You must press that show more, because if you don't, a lot of the video description is hidden. So if you go onto the video page, video description is just directly underneath the page, and you read 2 or 3 sentences and then you just say show more. Well, you must press that, okay? So don't forget to do that. Because also the links for the timings and all that will be there, but they won't be showing. Right. Okay, so like I said, why is the penalty fee so high? It is high, £160. Why is it so high? What justification has he got to make the penalty fee so high? Can you think of one? And as I mentioned, we were talking about it before, it's completely automated. That means, there's not a human hand involved in producing it. Computers, they're all, the cameras, the spy cameras, they're all linked to a computer system, and that computer system correlates your number plate with your car and who you are from details from the DVLA. They have your address, so so the computer system just prints out, okay, this penalty occurred on blah blah blah, and you didn't pay it by blah blah blah, so now you have to pay it by blah blah blah. All that is done automatically, not a human hand in sight. Not why is it so high then? Why? You ask that question, you know the answer. Because it's dishonest. Because the GLA are dishonest. Maybe they are not. Maybe they don't want to lose their jobs. I don't know. But certainly the political administration headed by Mr. Khan is dishonest. Okay? Deceitful when he does that. I'm not mincing my word, and I'm addressing the mayor, not Sadiq Khan personally. And that's a lot of money, isn't it? £160. To a pensioner, that's his month's food shopping. Don't think so? Well, it is. Believe me, it is. And does Mr. Khan ever have to go hungry? I doubt it. Champagne, cocktails, and God knows, well, maybe he doesn't drink, I don't know. But anyway, whatever, I am positive he never goes hungry. Never. Oh no, it's a good point, isn't it? We all get older, we get a bit absent-minded. No, we're not senile, we're just a bit forgetful, you know, we're a bit forgetful. That's quite normal, and all of us can suffer from it. Well, we're 20 years old, or 30, or 40, or 50, or 60, or 70, or even 80, you know, and we're still driving. We can forget. It doesn't mean we're senile or that we suffer from Alzheimer's, you know. But, you know, just because we're a little forgetful, because we forget when we came back home to pay the ULEZ, that's it. Get thrown into jail as I put it, draconian penalty system, because that's what it is. It's absolutely draconian. And he knows it. That's the point I'm making. He knows what he's doing. You know that bear trap that you see? You know, the two jaws that stuck together? That's what Khan's got for older people. That's what he's got. That's what I've got in my mind's eye. Right now, so we all know you've got the penalty notice, and well, you know, on that day, you're sure that you didn't go anywhere because you haven't been anywhere in a month or something, because you was always taken there by on a member of your family. Perhaps you didn't. How on earth did they? I should put your car in there, you know, how did they get you in there? So you decide to appeal it. Oh my goodness me, you don't know what you're letting yourself in for. Probably be easier to just pay the wretched £12.50. But it will take you a long time. You know, you can do it online, but if you press the wrong button, and there's the point, you press the wrong button by accident, boom, it goes somewhere. You can't get it back, you can't retrieve it. Gone. So you think, well, I'm an old-fashioned person. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to appeal by post. I'm going to send it by registered or recorded delivery, and you get a receipt. Very good. So you should do that. But then, and then, well, you'll see. Let's continue. And you spent all this money and all this time, and they write back, oh, very sorry, Mr. or Mrs. X. We made our system, we checked our system again, and it's true, the system made an error with another vehicle. Sorry about that. So you write to them and say, look, I just spent £20 or £30. Oh, very sorry, we can't help you there. Right? Contrast that. You spend hours of human time sitting down there, writing a letter, all right, or doing it online, whatever. It's your human time, not it's your sweat and guts. On the other hand, they've got a completely automated system. You don't pay. You know, we're going to send you a PCN, or a penalty charge notice, or whatever. And you will not be refunded for your time and expenses. It just won't happen. You think that's fair? Now, supposing they say, I'm sorry, it's not true. You know, you did commit the penalty. And then, of course, you can prove it, can't you? For instance, maybe your car was in the garage for a month, having an engine replaced. Okay? You can actually prove it. So you write up your details and you tell them all this, and you go up to the London tribunals, and the London Tribunal said, no, 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 actually, you have proved it to our satisfaction. And then do you think you'll get your costs back? Huh. You won't, because they'll say, ULEZ have not acted, I can't even pronounce that, vexatiously. Okay? So, we are unable to award you costs. But of course they had. I told them my car was in the garage. They said, no, 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 sorry, that's not proof enough for being vexatious. And what do you do then? Maybe you spent, I don't know, 20 hours, 30 hours of your time. What do you do then? Okay. So, the only way that you're going to get around this penalty business, because it is a penalty, toxic penalty environment, it really is, completely out of kilter with our British ways. Well, maybe not anymore, but certainly was in the past. So what do I say? I say, whoever is going to want to be mayor, and this is an important point, you've got to stand up on TV and tell people, I am going either to follow this MOT route for ULEZ policy, which has been identified, or something similar. I'm not going to stick with this Khan-based system, because it's unfair. And then, if Khan loses the election, he's also going to lose £600,000, because that would have been his salary for the next 4 years. Then maybe he'll become poor like the rest of us, and maybe he'll understand. So, I think I've said all this, okay? Oh, I haven't said that last bit. You read that. Is that a man saying, yes, I really, really and truly want you to go for Euro 5, I put cat there, actually it should be Euro. Euro category 4, Euro category 6. Okay? And you say, yes, that's what I want, of course, that's what I'm trying to achieve. My foot. He's not trying to achieve that. He's trying to make money from you, pay his debt. And if he was really trying to achieve it, he'd get some good scientific brains there. I'm sure he's been criticized about this. He must have. I'm not the only engineer or scientist in the world to have seen through him. A lot of people have. But how it is, sometimes you can't speak up, or you lose your job, or something will happen, That happens all the time. And then, of course, if he can't pay his debt because everybody's changed their cars, and interest rates on his borrowed money would cause his debt to inflation. I think that he doesn't incur interest, which does, Not like us. We put £1,000 in the bank at an building society, and we get, 50p, Not like that. Not worse than that. There it is. It's a punitive scheme. Doesn't belong in Britain. We're not a bunch of criminals. And the other thing is, it depends on a spy network of cameras. And as I mentioned in my letter my plea to the Supreme Court, we don't deserve to be spied on like this. Yeah, okay, if the government spies on you, or the security forces spies on you, well, they have a reason to, but they may have a reason to, but what reason does he have? Khan, what reason does he have? Just to make money. That is an important point, isn't it? Because, you know, where it's not like you park your car somewhere and you're given a parking ticket. It's not like that. So you're driving somewhere, you know. You don't want everybody to know where you've been. Anyway, even if it didn't matter to you, why, the principle is there. I think I make that point that, you know, I don't know if I make it here or there, or as I said, you know, the government and security services, they may have a case to do that, but certainly not him. And that's the point that I'm making. Oh, some corrupt IT ULEZ decides to pass on your car's location, but it was seen in the wee hours. And he sends that off to some underworld figure. And I asked the question, do you think it can't happen? Well, more fool you if you think that, as I said there. It's absolutely true. It can most certainly happen. And that is the point that I'm making, that I made before, you know, that it's going somewhere. It's not parked somewhere, it's not being somewhere, it's not broken down somewhere, it's actually going somewhere, isn't it? Isn't that your personal data, where you're going? Where are you going? So I'm going where I'm going, that's my business. No, it's not. Mayor Khan wants to know. I see. Well, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know about all this, that's fine. But it's not a matter for Khan to suddenly, because I think he's a lawyer. Just because he's a lawyer, I don't think he's got the right to just stand up and say, right, I'm the law, I want to be the next, you know, I want to be the next Lord Chancellor or something of the United Kingdom. Maybe that's his ambition. I don't know. It's not for you to decide this, Mr. Khan. It is for the Supreme Court to decide whether you should be allowed to do things like that. That's what I think. And, you know, in Google Maps, even in this country, your number plates are not visible. They're always blanked out. Why, if it didn't matter, why do they blur them out? And in Germans, actually, you just don't have this Google Maps street anymore. It's just not permitted. So there you are. There's a headmaster with his cane. Okay. And it's a birch cane. It really does hurt. Okay. And the point I'm making is, he has his favorite boys, doesn't he? Never canes them. Just canes you, the disabled, the older, the poor. That's who his canes are, you know, reserved for. Okay? So who are his favorite boys? And they're the black taxi cabs, you know. They go around doing what they like. They think the streets of London belong to them. They do it without worry. You just have to go, as I mentioned, I think I mentioned it a few times, I apologize for that. But you only have to go into central London and you'll see how many there are. There are hundreds, thousands of them, just circulating around, you know. But there's a whole section on taxi cabs and we will see. And as I said, most of them are over 6 years old. I'm generalizing, but from what I've looked at, I've stood outside in the street and I've watched a lot of them, and a lot of them are you know, 6'2", 6'3", 6'1", and you know, their engines, they were the old engines. They're well and tested, tried engines that, you know, they all trust. They all put back in the newer models as well. And until they knew something like this was going to happen, they stuck with those engines because they're very reliable. Right? Taxi cabs are extremely reliable. So there you are, you know. They're allowed to pollute. So there you are. They're your favorite boys that never get caned. And we didn't pay you, Mr. Khan. You know, you get money via precept, that's levied on us by our local authorities and all that. Then you get something like £300. We don't give you those £300 or whatever for you to go and play favourites and, you know. I think he needs to say to the media why he has given exemption to the black taxi cabs. Why have you done it? What's your justification for it? Really like to know, Mr. Kong. We really like to know. What is your justification? Okay, ring-fencing. Now, ring-fencing was a very fashionable term. I'm not sure whose era, maybe Margaret Thatcher or John Major or something like that. But anyway, and it's a great concept really, and it just means that people can't claim money for one purpose and then go and spend that money on something else. Now, this, in my opinion, this is exactly what Mayor Khan is doing. He's claiming money on the back of cleaning up London, or providing services to clean up London, and then he's in his websites spending it on transport infrastructure, which actually means his death, because you know the London Underground, I don't know if many people know, but the London Underground 4 years ago was running pretty well. I don't think it runs any better today. And you know, so how's he improved the London infrastructure? By having night buses? You know, night buses don't cost a lot. So I just, is it right to take money from that without having an active plan to clean the environment? Or are you just saying, okay, this causes it, so you know, causal and effect, and dodgy causal and effect, of course, nothing proved about anything. So the idea of ring fencing the money is that, okay, you're going to raise the money with your fines, with your, what are you going to do with it? Why don't you ring fence it to use only on projects to clean up and to sustain a good, clean London environment? Not on the tubes. You've got your own money for that. Don't use this money for that. I think you'll find he won't agree to that. Okay, so I say here that, you know, that's what he should do. Okay, so the point that I'm making here is this thing that he posted at, he's describing these things as lethal and causing poor health and all that. Why is he letting all this pollution go on then, if he really believes that? Or is he just lying? That's a point that you know, I'm sure will be close to the heart of many Britons, you know, judging by the number of poppies that you see, you know, come October, come September, and well, not September, but October, and leading up to November the 11th, you know, people buy poppies. Why? Because they want to remember the fallen heroes, right? So there we go. I imagine some collector coming along, Johnny come lately, or Hopalong Cassidy, and he decides to pocket the funds, you know, and not give anything to his to the veterans, you know, who may still be alive, or a lot of them. They're not necessarily all World War II veterans, of course, but there you go. Well, he gives them nothing. What has he done? Taken it for himself to do use on other things. What would you call him? I'd call him a thief. I'd call that collector a thief. And what I say here is that if the mayor doesn't spend every penny that he collects through ULEZ on improving London's air quality, I would call him immoral or insincere. I wouldn't go so far as calling him a thief, but it would be immoral. It wouldn't be right, because at the end of the day, he's not addressing the issues of London's air, bad air. So, if he's using the money for anything else, he's unfit for purpose as Mayor of London. And there will be many legitimate ways of spending ULEZ money. As an engineer, I know of many ways, and a lot of them are experimental, but that's what we need. We need to experiment. We need to have money. That's very important, by the way. We need to have money to be able to experiment, you know. Sometimes we can do all the calculations, we can do all the laboratory experiments, but then we actually need to go out, and that's where my training came from. We have to go out and build something and see if it works, see how well it works, see how it performs and draw up computer models. All these things take a little bit of money, take a little bit of time, but more importantly, they take a bit of money, because you've got to employ some scientists. You've got to set them up in their labs and everything else. And there's a way to spend ULEZ money. And that's... and by the way, folks, please, if you are interested in all that, and if you are interested in how we could spend this ULEZ money and anything else that I may have to say, before the elections and after, please may I ask you to subscribe and ring the notification bell so that, you know, when you get something, you know about it. That's very important. And what I can promise you is I'm not going to be making, from that source, I'm not going to be wanting to make any money from adverts and all that. I think I can promise you that. I'm not really interested. As I said, I've worked for London directly for 22 years, and I would like to, in my small way, I would like to be able to go on until the day I die, you know. And that's all I know. That's all I know professionally is to work for London. I'm not really interested in making money. What would I do with all money anyway, you know? Buy a new car. I love my old car. I don't think I need to buy another one. Certainly looked after it very well. Anyway, so there you are. So if you want to be kept informed, if you are interested in green issues, if you want to have information to pressure the new mayor, I hope, whoever it is, and you want to make your point, if you want to lobby, you've got to have information to lobby. And if you're 20, if you're 30, you know, you're too busy working, aren't you? You're slogging away and you don't have a lot of time to think about these things. But then your children are getting damaged, aren't they? Your children are not. And a lot of things, as I mentioned, I don't want to repeat myself too much, but a lot of things, experiments, testing, a new concept, they've all got to be tried out. And of course we can protect them with patents and all that, so that, you know, we can eventually make some money from it abroad. So, you know, but you need to be given a chance to get these things, try these things out. So the more of you are subscribed to my channel, the more power we'll have in the future to say, look, we want to try this, we want you to give a grant to this person to do that and the other, and etc. Okay? So please think about that. Okay, so I've made that point here. I jumped the gun, so sorry, there you are. I said all that. Okay, folks. This is something that happens and that is going to happen with the present ULEZ system. And I need to explain it before to become too emotional about it. I really need to explain what it is. Mayor Khan and the GLA have decided that instead of saying to you, okay, you are going to pay £12.50 for any 24-hour period. Of course, they could do that very easily, couldn't they? Because they know when they have cameras all over the place, so they know. Or you can be asked to notify them. One way or the other, it's not very difficult. And certainly when they know that you've been somewhere just before midnight, because they know you're there, they've seen from your camera that you arrived, say, at 11 or 10 or 8, and you're going back home at 1. They see your cars. They know you haven't been out for 24 hours. So why they haven't made it a 24-hour period is just so they can make money. There are no real reasons, although they might try and bluff you that there are no technical reasons why they couldn't make something a 24-hour period. So, well, here's the rub. The rub is that, you go and visit some friends. Of course, number plate of your car is being filmed all the way that you're driving then. It's not been seen before that day. Have dinner, you play cards or dominoes, and you come back home, 1 o'clock in the morning. That's £25 you have to find to give to Mr. Khan. Well, how fair is that? You might say, well, that's life, But let me tell you something else, A fire engine is not like that. A fire engine does know and have records when it left and when it came back. It's not like a family car. And that rule is going to apply to fire engines as well as ordinary people. Okay? That is unacceptable. So, go for dinner before midnight, come back after midnight, £25. Go for dinner before midnight, come back before midnight, it's £12. So maybe what you really ought to do is tell your friends, no, I'll come after midnight for dinner. That'll be good, won't it? I'll come after midnight, and then I can stay till 6 o'clock in the morning. That'll suit Khan. But here's a rub, How are you putting more or less pollution in the atmosphere if you come home after midnight or you come home before midnight? How are you putting more? What is all this ULEZ about? Isn't it about controlling the amount of bad air in the atmosphere? But here's a proof, you see. That's why I included this, because it's a proof of he's just trying to make money. He is not interested in what you're doing to the atmosphere. Absolutely not. Otherwise he would have an answer to that. He would have the answer. Either way, how have you put more or less NOx into the atmosphere. He would have an answer. Let him answer it. So this is what I mean by, scientifically stupid. That's one thing, there's loads and numerous ways that you can offer people 24-hour pass, and you know where they are, you know where their cars are, you know when and how and when they've been traveling. You travel down the road, you go another 100, 200, 300 yards, you're filmed again. So, there's no chance that he doesn't know when people have made a trip there, or if they've used a car before on that day. There's no question that he wouldn't know that. Okay, so here's the monkey on the back, using the green rhetoric, except the green rhetoric doesn't work, does it? Because he can't explain that formal comment. How much more or less pollution have you put in the boundary, into the atmosphere? So, exploitation. The website does tell you that, actually. So, as I say, it's honest, scientifically stupid. And I don't want to assume too much, but I wonder whose idea it was to put that on the website. I'm sure somebody got really fed up and said, no, I have to put that, I must. Here we are, That's the point I made, They know exactly when the fire engine left the station, and they know exactly when the fire engine returned to the station. That's known. Okay? And if it's within a 24-hour period, that's all they should have to pay. But no, not according to Mr. Khan. And I give the clue here, we have big fires, and they're not fires that just happen in the long distant past. You can easily have a fire in London that has 10 or 20 fire engines, or 10 or 20 large NHS ambulances, The latest one was Grenfell Tower. I don't know how many ambulances there were there. But maybe if you look on the internet, you might be able to count them, I would think dozens, or more even. So, all of them. I think they all, I'm not sure, but they stayed over midnight. There'd have been £200 for each of them. And as I said, here's the thing. How much actual emissions that were extra were emitted? Yes. Please punish him. He doesn't deserve to be our mayor. He really doesn't. If you leave him there, have yourself to blame. Is he so technically incompetent? He knew very well. That's what I think, and that's why I regard him as a cheat. As mayor, I regard him as a cheat. You want to have a cheat for a mayor? Oh, I know you've always voted Labour, but vote Labour and have a cheat? Okay, so it's a pretty important section. So really, I don't want to make any jokes about it, or it's just too important for us, too important to Londoners. And all I can say is that, and I mean this, there are a lot of people in the world, I don't just mean London, I mean absolutely everywhere in the world, who think, oh, that can't possibly happen to me. No, that will never happen to me. They believe it, and you can't do anything about it. We had that kind of mentality in engineering, when it came to safety. People would laugh at you in the 1970s and in the 1980s. If you were safety conscious, they'd laugh at you. They really would. Now, fire engines and ambulances are something that we need. So if you're a young person and you think that you're immune from ever needing a fire engine or an ambulance, think again. Think again. And if you're an older person, well, you have no excuse, because you should have experienced life enough by now to know that anything can happen to you at any time. And you're going to need those fire engines, you're going to need those ambulances. You only have to look around you and see how many times the fire would have gone out of control. Okay? So I'm concerned here because Mr. Khan had decided to tax them. Okay? And that's I will be honest with everybody. To my mind, that is criminal. Criminal. You ought to go to prison for that. And you can't tax the ambulance and fire engine service or the police. You can't do that. No matter how much pollution they're putting out, you just can't do that. There are certain priorities in life, okay? So, there's your question. There's what everybody has to answer. So let's just have a look at the question first, Less money. Is that all right for you? If there's less money to pay for ambulances? And there are going to be fewer ambulances, believe me. I know what it's like in local government. They make cuts, they make stringent cuts. Okay? So sometimes, fire engine needs a new hose or a new pump, especially a new pump. Doesn't have enough money, so it's put off until next year's budget. Why? Because can't take on part of their money this year, or it has been held in some escrow account. We said about fire engines, there'll be fewer ambulances, there'll be job cuts, there'll be a cut in the essential equipment renewal. So, all the things that, prevent you from being a DOA when the ambulance takes you to the hospital. They may have to rely on their old ones, So, well, now please, don't comment saying, "Oh, fire engines aren't used every day." I don't want to hear that. Even if they aren't, it's a principle that counts. Shouldn't be taxing them a penny I think everybody will agree with that. Everybody bar Khan, that is, and his, his sidekicks. Christmas Day they won't have to. It's interesting that. Why is he exempted Christmas Day, by the way? What's so special about Christmas Day that he needed to? Is that he's going to give us a present? Is that the idea behind that? Do we need a present from him? Thank you very much, but you can keep your present. Oh, maybe he's thinking, that's a day that old people will want to go and visit their families. Well, okay then. That's one day out of their prison every year. Well done, Khan. Okay, so that's £36,400. That's the potential amount that one fire engine would have to pay Khan every year. Okay, used every day. So as though you were going to say they're not used every day, but they might be. Might have a really bad year. And the catchment area for a fire engine is not just their local area. Sometimes a big fire away, and they may be asked to assist in an area where they don't really belong. So I'm not sure that the once a day is not very realistic. I think it is. It is probably more realistic than most people think. So anyway, that is the amount of money, potentially, that one single fire engine would have to pay Mayor Khan. £36,400. Now it's probably just less, but it's not far from the salary of a fireman who they may decide they can't, when he retires, they're not going to replace him. Is he worth Mr. Khan? Mr. Khan sitting up in his ivory tower. Does he actually save any lives? No, he doesn't. He doesn't save a single life. Whereas this man who you're going to possibly make redundant, he does. He does save lives. All the time. Same for the ambulance. They're great men and women. I can tell you I've been to the hospital a lot in my life. And I can tell you that these are dedicated people. They really are. I almost get emotional when I think of their dedication, because they are. And they don't earn a great deal of money. So, you who are thinking of voting Khan again, think about that. Think about these firemen. Think of who you're going to be depriving a job from. Forget about jobs. You'll see at the end of this session something that you really need to put in your head. Now, okay, so it's you take money away from the fire services or the ambulances. In time, that will mean there will be fewer of them around. That's just common sense. That's just economical consideration. That's just going to happen. As day follows night and as night follows days, it's going to happen. There will be fewer of them in the streets. But if you thought that was bad, okay, there's something even more important. Now you think about that. see I've got a picture of the universe there. Well, it's only part of the universe. It's actually a picture of the Milky Way. But anyway, now I want you to imagine all those billions of stars that are out there, all those billions of worlds, all those billions of places. Can you name me one place where you could legitimately spend the money that you're taking away from our fire service? So Mayor Khan is taking money away from our fire and ambulances service. So where is he going to spend that money? What else could be so important for him to take that money away from the ambulances or the fire service and spend it exactly where? Mr. Khan, exactly where would you spend that money? Well, your salary? So that's £152,000 divided by 36,400. This is a bit more than 4. So there you are. 4 fire engines. The income from 4 fire engines. Okay? You wouldn't have that if you didn't charge them. But don't forget what those fire engines are going to be doing. Oh, sorry, what the fire service are going to be doing. They'll probably say, no, we can't afford to keep them anymore. There has to be 4 fire services, engines, less, just to satisfy your salary. Okay, that's what I explained there, by the way. And I ask you if your life, your miserable salary, sorry, I didn't mean to say life, your miserable salary is worth more worth more to London than 4 fire engines. Okay. So I just give you a reason why I've done that. It's just you're probably trying to work out what I've done, but there's a reason. So I want you to go and we dare you. 99% of London, Tory, it doesn't matter who, no matter which political party, even the National Front. And go and ask them. We all want to know how you think your salary is worth more than the loss of 4 fire engines to serve London. We'd like to know. Well, it's hard to know how Mayor Khan's going to respond to our dare. I dare say he won't respond at all, which wouldn't surprise me. I doubt if it would surprise you. But anyway, let's move on. Well, it's difficult to know. Well, I don't know if it's difficult. Will he respond? Will he explain? Somehow I doubt it, but he may surprise us all, He may answer. Then it would be very interesting to know. Anyway, let's move on. It's a little bit of lightheartedness. I said I wouldn't make any jokes, but really, not really a joke. It's just that, I came across this song by a fellow called Horace Andy, and he's a very earthy person, very, down to earth, and I think he might get through to a lot more people than I could, and I like that. I like that in a person, It's very earthy, not pretentious. So listen to what he sings on this important subject of money, and more important, money grabbing, Talks about food and lots of things. Anyway, now as I said about the ambulances, now I did have some photographs of the London ambulance service, but I hesitated to put it up because if you go against copyright in YouTube, it can be a problem. And ask you to take it down. No, I don't think they would mind because, I'm really highlighting their plight, but still. Now, the important point to realize here is that ambulances cost a lot of money to convert. I mean, they can't just take any old. They can't just go to the showroom, buy a truck and send it to the coach works or something and have it transformed. So it's a lot of work and a lot of specialist people. If you think about motorhomes and how expensive they are, at the end of the day, the chassis on a motorhome is probably, 10,000, 15,000 pounds. And yet, they can cost 30, 40,000 pounds. So, same with ambulances. But ambulances is even worse because, you've got to reinforce them and do all sorts of things. So, it would not surprise me to find that the majority of the NHS ambulances are over 6 years old. There wouldn't be that many new ones, Now, it's possible that they can be sold to other health authorities, but, why should they? They're ours. They belong to London, and we need them. And we don't want to be spending a fortune on new ambulances when these ones are good. I'm talking about mechanically good. We'd rather spend the money on new equipment. So, the bigger ambulances, of course, and most of them are big. Not most of the NHS ones are big anyway. I'm sure they're over, I think they're between 4.5 to 6.5 tons. Once they're loaded up with fixings, not just temporary loads. Can I just go through that list there? Doctors and consultants who may have diesel cars, unlikely. I don't think they earn that amount of money that they can afford to throw their money away. Paramedics, district nurses, emergency midwives. So I asked the question, have you ever had to make use of their services? Now that's the point that I was going to make. I made earlier on about these fire engines. They have to be built on a heavy build construction basis, and anything that has to be done like that costs a lot of money. And in this case, it's not the money that I'm worried about, it's the weight. It adds a lot of weight to the ambulance because they have to rush around London streets that are full of road bumps and bouncing along, and sometimes have to drive at pretty high speeds. So they have to be fairly robust. The same goes for fire engines, of course. So it really is very unlikely that an ambulance would be less than 3.5 tons. Very unlikely. Bigger engine, all sorts of things. Now, here's a question that I would like all Londoners to think about, because we've all done that. We've all been in this situation. Now, I'm asking the question, do you want Khan to go on messing around with our emergency services? In other words, taxing them. He hasn't got the right to do that. Okay? And then I ask you this pointed question, because it is a pointed question. I'm sorry to do it, but I've got to get through to you. Something happens to you and you said, oh my God, what have I ever done to deserve this? How many times have you said that in your life? Well, if you vote Khan in for another term and your child dies in a fire or waiting for an ambulance, then you'll have your answer, won't you? I'm sorry to be so brutal to him, but he's not entitled to mess around with our ambulances and fire engines. Just not. Just keep your hands away from them, Mr. Khan. Okay, folks. Now, I'm going to talk about taxis and minicabs. So, I'd like to indulge your attention for a moment on just to let you know that many times in there I highlight in red that the taxis are getting they're being exempted from the congestion charge and the ULEZ charge, and I keep mentioning it over and over again, and in the end I just decided to, instead of, because I knew I had to do this commentary, I decided, well, I'm not going to mention it so much during the commentary, but I'll just put it up there so that nobody forgets it, put it up in bold red. So, and I thought, well, I'll mention it a little bit, so maybe I'll say something like, well, note the ambulance note, something like that. So just so you don't forget, because it's ever so easy to forget certain things, ever so easy. We're human beings, very easy to forgive people. Anyway, I'm afraid of running out of tape, not tape, or whatever it is, SD cards. And I don't have any more, so I'm going to have to make this quick, but I'll do it justice, because I can always wipe something out. Anyway, so now, I'd just like to give you a little bit of gin on this congestion charge, what it is. Well, there's an area in central London, I think it's fairly accurate to say that it's bounded by the inner ring road. In London there's an inner ring road, which is the Euston Road. I know that Marylebone Road, I think, and then the Edgware Road on one side, could be Gray's Inn Road and all that around the other side. Anyway, I'm not 100%, but anyway, it's an area in central London that I think, I haven't had time to properly research it, but I think it was set up by Ken Livingstone. And what it was, that if you entered that, you had to pay a charge for entering it. Now, the taxi drivers, they didn't have to pay that. Now, I don't know how they traditionally got exempted from it, but they didn't. But also good, actually, was that disabled people, if you had a blue badge, send it in, and you'd pay a 10p fine, and you'd get excuse from that as well, So that was very good for disabled people. It was really necessary. Sometimes you had to go to court, sometimes you had to go and get some special shopping, other times, just lots of reasons why, this was available to disabled. It wasn't just, this wasn't given to them because they were disabled. There were good reasons for it. Anyway, just give you some information about that. So the charge for that at the moment, it stands at £15. Now, anybody that goes into there that isn't a taxi cab driver, or isn't a taxi cab, must pay. And that was actually challenged in the court, and it went all the way up to the Court of Appeal, and it was dismissed at the Court of Appeal. But I think it was dismissed with a heavy heart, because that's the impression I got. I haven't read any of the proper transcripts and, Bali or anything like that. I've not really read that properly, but I haven't had time, to be honest with you. But I think they reluctantly gave in to Khan, And the feeling that I get is that I don't think, it's just a feeling, and I don't want to put words into the mouth of the appeal court lordships. The feeling I get was that they weren't really given much choice by Mayor Khan. I mean, I think most, or three of them, didn't really. I'm speculating, right? So keep that in mind. I'm speculating. I think the appeal court judges didn't really believe that Khan was following the spirit of the law. I certainly don't believe that he followed the spirit of the law. I mean, it is so unjust to make the minicabs pay for a service that they are providing that is identical to the black cab service. There's no real difference except the type of car, and then they are not allowed to drive around. They're not allowed to drive around anyway with a light shining and people hailing them. They're not allowed to do that. That's really exclusively the black cab drivers that can do that. So really, all in all, they're probably contributing less pollution than the black cab drivers, and yet they got penalized. Very, very difficult to understand that, but that's how it is. So let's move on. I just wanted to let you know what this congestion charge is. So the congestion charge is £15, and the ULEZ also applied in that area, so it was two things applying at the same time, and that was £12.50. So not only did you have to pay the congestion charge, you had to pay the ULEZ charge. Now, to a lot of people that sounds very much like the same thing, congestion and pollution, but what's he going to invent next is my question. A lover's tax, maybe he'll try that one, who knows. Some sort of tax, he'll think of something, if you leave him there, that is. Right, so that's the two taxes that apply now to central London. Now, when the thing expands, I believe that the congestion charge will stay as is, that is in the central area, but obviously we know that the ULEZ is going to expand all the way up to the north and south circular roads, unless we the voters get rid of Khan and prevail upon the others, any one of the others that put a moratorium on this ULEZ for the time being, until they've had a proper opportunity to study the MOT scheme or another scheme. But really, this one should not be a goer with any of the candidates. Right, so now it's another little bit of background, because I'm not going to really spend a lot of time. The taxi drivers, the minicab drivers, well, you know yourself, you've used minicab drivers. I've certainly used them. I use them when I have to take a flight, as you do when you have to go Ryanair somewhere. You take them to either to the airport, which is very reasonable. I mean, some of them will do it for £50, which, if you're struggling, if you can't walk very far, if you're disabled, or and you have to make this trip out of necessity, and you have a large amount of luggage, then it's worth the money. But otherwise, they'll take you to the various depots that the National Express have, and so they're a really vital service. You go out at night, you go and have a good time, you come back in a minicab. Most people do that. Very few people use the black cab for that kind of purpose. So they are. What I'm trying to say, I'm sorry I'm being long-winded about, it's already nearly 10 minutes into this video and I haven't even started. Right, so what I'm trying to say is, please spare a thought for the minicab drivers. They have really suffered, and they are very hard working. Now, in my example I show working 7 days a week. That is not an exaggerating. exaggeration. Many of them do work 7 hours a week. Okay? They really do, in London anyway. Alright? And if you don't believe me, you go and ask a few minicabs yourself. They'll tell you. And I'm reasonably sure that taxi cabs don't. But anyway, that's speculating. I don't want to do that. But I do know that the minicabs drivers work very hard, and they deserve to be treated equally. And I'm also certain that Londoners would agree with me that they should be treated equally. Otherwise, fares are going to go up, everything's going to go up. So, you know, what we want from a minicab driver, I'll tell you what we want. We want their minicabs to be safe, we want them to be clean, we want them to be fumigated for COVID. We want courteous person. We want good up prices up front, and if you ask them, they'll probably tell you how much they're going to charge. So all these things we want and we get from them. And all they ask in return from us is, look after us. You know, we're here to look after you and to take you wherever you want to go, but you have to look after us in terms of justice. And that's what I'm doing, and that's what I'm asking you to do. In terms of a little bit of justice for them, you know. Right, let's start now. Okay. So, ask you not to forget this, okay? Right. Okay? This is important because black taxi cabs have been exempted from both ULEZ and congestion. And we have to ask the question, why? What are they? Is there a law? You know? Is there something that makes them special? Why? Why above a disabled person or an old person who's going in a minicab? Why? Why should they be exempted? And we'll see later, it's 10 times worse than that. Not just a question of exemption, something else as well. Okay. There is no justification as far as I can see. If you can think of one, post it in the message down below. If you can answer this question and the bit in red, okay, and give justification for the bit in red, then, you know, put it in the comment box down at the bottom. Okay. So now, you know, good for the goose should be good for the gander. You know, it's one of those facts of British life. We're fair people. I thought we were, until this Khan fellow came around. You know. Now, I'm not sure why Boris Johnson and why Ken Livingstone didn't make the congestion charge, didn't exempt the minicab. He may have done, and it may have been revoked. I don't really know. I haven't had time to do the research. Plus, I think I've explained to you before, it is actually very, very difficult for me to sit down at the computer for very long. I can't actually do it. Which explains all those notes that you saw before. I have to make those notes elsewhere, you know. Right, so let's move on. Okay. Oh yes, there's a point here. Do you want to see the minicabs go out of business? I mean, they're already working 7 days a week. And if they can't make ends meet, what are they going to do? They've got to buy new cars, you know. What are they going to do? You think they'll get a helping hand from Khan? Never. And not from the government either, you know. So they'll just go out of business, won't they? And I'd say whistle for one, but I don't think you'll even be able to do that, you know. Not even on your phone. The question here, is that what you want to vote Mr. Khan back in to drive these people out of business? And is this an act of a Labour politician or one's grown up in a council flat, blah, blah, blah? So, alright, now so we've established they've been mysteriously exempted. We don't know why, but anyway, let's just let's just examine the way they operate, or modum operandum, or whatever you want to call it, right? So, Londoners, do you realize that black taxi cabs are working in 3 separate modes? Okay, see the question down there at the bottom. Okay, they're working in 3 separate modes. So let's just see what those 3 modes are. Here they're carrying a passenger. Oh, it's perfectly legitimate. I mean, that's what they're there for. Somebody hails them, stop, pick him up, and they go. That's fine. No problems with that. Not for me anyway. Now, here, the black cabs are not carrying a passenger, but they're driving around everywhere. Now remember, we are talking about polluting the atmosphere. This is the whole raison d'être for this tax. And we can't have people polluting the atmosphere when they don't need to be doing so. Okay? So why on earth are these taxi cabs driving around with their roof light on, saying to everybody, here I am, I'm available for hire, and being given exemption from both the ULEZ and congestion charges? And of course there's the bit in red that you've got to think about. Yeah? Don't forget that bit in red. Now, there's a picture of it. There's a picture of one with his light on. What do you think of that? He's polluting London, all right, isn't he? He could be parked somewhere, couldn't he? And somebody could phone him when they need him. No. They've got to go around and poison our children, or like Khan would say, putting lethal gases into the atmosphere. And of course, Khan just keeps mum about it. Now, do you know why? I think I know why, but you've got to discover the reason yourself. Okay. So don't forget the bit in red. Okay. So then there's a third mode. So the second mode was there. They're driving around empty. Oh, I forgot to say that. They're empty. They haven't got a passenger, and they're just driving around, cruising around. Okay. Now this mode here, they haven't got a passenger either. Sorry, they have, whether or not they have, doesn't matter. But what they've got is some sort of advertising billboard. And of course they make money from that, don't they? I don't know, maybe 50 quid a week or £100 a week, who knows? They make money from it anyway, you know. And they drive around London with this advertising billboard, you know, and they're not paying ULEZ or congestion charge. Okay, that's fair enough when they're carrying a passenger. Well, it's not fair enough. I mean, you know, if you're engaged in another business other than driving taxis, you should not be exempt from paying either the congestion charge or the ULEZ charge. You should not be, because you are carrying out actually another business, aren't you? So they shouldn't really be carrying out these billboards around. And yeah, before I go on, don't forget the bit in red. Now, there's one of them carrying an advertisement. Okay? I took this photo myself. That's why it's so bad. But anyway, no, actually, the car is going pretty fast actually, so. Anyway, there's a picture of, it's clearly carrying an advert. Don't forget the bit in red. Now, I'm asking you to think of an effect. Remember what mode 2 was? Mode 2 he's got his light on, his roof light on. He's not carrying anybody. He's just driving around aimlessly. And mode 3 is carrying an advertising billboard. What do you think of that? And of course, he's polluting London's atmosphere. According to Mayor Khan, that's okay, he's my chum, he can do what he likes. Right, so I've mentioned this before, so I thought I'd slip it in there again. There are an awful lot of them in London. Anybody who has to go to central London regularly will confirm that. Now, you have to remember that this ULEZ charge is going to apply to minicabs that are older than 6 years old. Now, many of them will be. In fact, I would say majority of them would be. And many of them are diesel. There used to be a time when there were a lot of these Toyota hybrids around. Can't remember the name. Not Toyota. Prius. They had the Prius hybrids around. And you used to see a lot of minicabs using those. But I don't think they do anymore, Probably use diesel. So now they're working 6 or 7 days, and I would guess probably closer to 7. The person who sells vegetables near where I live, he works 7 days a week. He does it weekend, week out. So if he can do it, they can do it too, So that amounts to being charged £12.50 a day for 52 weeks of the year for 7 days a week. And if you subtract £12.50 for Christmas Day, you end up with that figure there of 4,550 every year. Now, that is if the ULEZ minicab is not ULEZ compliant. So if he wants to work in central London, in the congestion zone, that's what he's going to have to pay. Okay, now, that is true for the taxi? No, it's not, and you'll soon see why. Now, if you've got a minicab of any age, so even a brand new one, he is still going to have to pay the congestion charge. Okay? He's not exempt for that, because there's no age limit on that. That is just a question of entry. You enter, you have to pay. As soon as you set foot into the congestion charge area, you have to pay. So now, £15 a day, times 52 weeks, times 7 days a week, that's 5,460. That figure includes being let off by, actually should have said 15 there. I'll change it later. So I'm going to just pause that for a minute. Okay, I'll just change that now. Better to do it now in front of you so that, I hope I haven't done the calculation wrong. Let's check that. 7 times 52. I should be able to do this in my head. Not anymore. Yes. 5460. So that bit was wrong anyway. Okay. So that's, now, together with the bit before, which was 4,000 something, what was it? Have a look. 4,550. The whole thing comes up to £10,010. That's what the minicab has to find if he's not ULEZ compliant and he wants to work in central London. That's what he has to find. Okay. And what does a taxi have to find? 0. A big fat 0. Okay? So that's what I'm trying to tell you here. What is that? That is so there's another way of putting it. the financial advantage that Mayor Khan has given to taxicab for each non-ULEZ compliant minicab that wants to work as freely. And even then they wouldn't be working as freely because they wouldn't be allowed to have a light that goes on, when they're free. Right, so and I point out here that most black taxicabs would be, I should have said, would not be ULEZ compliant. They have written it that way now, so they're non-compliant in terms of their NOx emissions. Okay, they're not. Most of them. They're brand new ones and ones that are 5 years old. There are many thousands of them in London, right? Most of them would not be. So you've got, and however you want to look at it, at the end of the day, no matter who's compliant and who's not compliant, a black taxicab can be non-compliant, the minicab can be compliant, and the black taxicab will still have an advantage of £5,460 a year. Okay? It's known as Mayor Khan's justice. Remember that, Londoners, you who use minicabs? This is how much they're disadvantaged by. And who's responsible? Mayor Khan. So, you like your minicab, you like to use them, you don't want it to go up in price, you know what you have to do. Kick Mayor Khan out. That's what I say. It's a dirty trick to force them to put their prices up. This is what I've said to you just now. Kick him out. Alright, now. You got the message a long time ago, and you're wondering why I'm going on so long. So really, again, I just want to mention this right now. That, have worked for London, right? 22 years. And since I was in my 20s. I hate to see something like that. And I'm nearly 100% sure that none of my ex-colleagues, whether in one place or another place, wherever they were, none of them would be in favor of this, of what is happening. In favor of this ULEZ policy as it stands. Certainly none of my engineering friends would. I know that for sure. No one could be that stupid. And so I come down to making the point, well, you spend such a big part of your life working towards a goal. You don't just work for salary. You sit down, you try and solve a problem, you give it your time, you give it your energy. You say, oh, well, I'm going to do something great for London, They may not appreciate it. It's just like the light switch. You switch it on, the light comes on, doesn't it? But you don't think what's behind it. Well, we're behind it. We're the engineers behind you when you push that light switch and the light comes on. That's what people like me are doing in the background. And when we see this kind of injustice, we say to ourselves, well, why the hell did we bother to do it? So that's why I'm speaking out. Now, and of course, your heart has got to go out to them. These minicabs are being treated very, very badly. They don't deserve it. No. I make this point here because I think that Mayor thinks that everyone should be able to use a phone. That's how he expects you to pay when you made a PCN. So I expect you Londoners, to use the phone to make the payment, but he thinks it's unreasonable for you to use the phone to call a taxi cab. Why? Huh? If he did that, taxi cab wouldn't need to have their roof light on and wandering about aimlessly, would he? They'd be parked up at some taxi rank waiting for somebody to call them. And they've got radios, they've got apps, they've got all sorts of communications and devices to help them locate who the nearest cab to the customer is and send him along. They can do all that very easily. Used to be able to do that in the old days of a radio cab, you know. Why can't they do it now with all this modern technology? No. Okay. So that's what I say here. Wouldn't be an enormous saving of pollution on the atmosphere. But it's not what it's about, is it, Mr. Khan? It's not about saving London from pollution, is it? Just be honest. Okay, so why doesn't he do it? Why does he not do it? Well, don't you know, Londoners? Don't you know? Sorry, I can't tell you. Anyway, so I make a point. There is an app. You can use the app. You can download it and use it to call a cab. And remember what he said about the polluting gases? Lethal means it causes death. Isn't that what it means, Mayor Khan? Lethal? Isn't that what lethal means, Mayor Khan? Okay, now, something that occurred to me while I was writing, why not provide minicab stands for people? Lots of people would prefer to use a minicab than taxi. Why don't you ask the people who pay who pay their council tax, who pay you to sit in your ivory tower? Why don't you ask them if they'd like a minicab stand or not, before you sit there pontificating? Okay. So, there's his famous words again. London made me from growing up in a council flat, top tail of government. There you are, there they are, that's it again. What a con that leaflet was, what a con. Okay? So, because he used the council flat, let's ask Londoners who are watching this. You live in a council flat. You need to go to the airport or some heavy shopping. Do you use a black taxi cab or minicab? I think everybody knows the majority answer for that. So now there is this follow-up question. Why is Mayor Khan favouring the black cab so much, especially as people who voted for him in 2016 were probably mostly minicab users? Did you know that Mayor Khan took Uber to court to have them banned off the streets? He lost that, but you have to pay the costs. You Londoners, with your council tax, you will have to pay the cost. And of course I didn't do it in red this summer. I should have put that bit in red, shouldn't I? Okay. All right. So now, at that point again, go into central London, see the number of them around. You won't see so many ambulances or fire engines. All right. So. And talk about dirtiest taxis. We'll talk about that in a minute, I think, out there, doing their best to make London's air as dirty as possible. That's what they're doing, the black taxi cab. Okay, now I just want to clear one point here. We often see that, black smoke pouring out. Oh yeah, of course. Remember earlier on we spoke about engine wear and all that. And I said to you that, a diesel engine can easily last 200,000 miles. Now that's a good 10 years, right, inside a taxi cab. So they get good life. But what happens is obviously you get wear. As I mentioned before, you'll get oil leakage through the between the piston rings and the cylinder block, and air will travel into the combustion chamber and it'll burn, it'll give out blue smoke. It'll be a smoky car, and may not be a very smoky car, it may be a little poisoning, you don't really know. Or it could be something else, could be one of the many things. Not well adjusted or faulty exhaust system, but probably more likely what it is. But you see these black taxi cabs with black smoke or soot coming out of their exhaust. I'm not saying that that's necessarily NOx. What I'm saying to you is that is a sign of a poor exhaust system, and if the exhaust system can let escape such a heavy amount of particulate, what else does it let it escape, What else could be properly filtered that isn't being filtered? That's what I'm saying. Okay? Alright. So I'm asking you, right, not to forgive Mayor Khan for not giving exemptions to the minicab, as he should have done if he was a fair-minded person. We don't want any unfair people being mayor of our city. Now, I talked about the congestion charge, so I won't dwell on that. Can't really talk much about that, so this is an important point. This is what the workers' union that took the case. This workers' union represents a lot of minicabs, and they took the case High Court. They lost it. I don't know for sure if that's the case. Anyway, they ended up in the Court of Appeal, and one of the points that they made was, look at all the white taxi cab drivers, and look at our members mostly, and those are the figures, 88% versus 94%. And they said, we think that has a bearing on the case. That's what they said. Now, I don't think the Court of Appeal could say one way or another that it didn't. They just weren't able to consider it. Simply that. As I said, many of them would probably be feeling that the spirit of the law hadn't been satisfied. Nothing they could do about it, But you can do something about it, can't you? You can remember those figures. Remember this 88 versus 94 when you come to vote for him. I can't say any more than that, Let's go back to that a moment. You might be accusing me at this moment of saying, oh, well, you can't speculate like that. And you're quite right, I can't. And I'd like to apologize that I have. But I have to say that it's strange, isn't it? It's a strange coincidence, isn't it? Do you not at least agree that it's a strange coincidence? All right. Let's continue. Now, we've already talked about that. And I didn't write the bit in red, but there you are at the bottom. Don't forget that. And here we are again, man sitting at the top table of government, and he's coming to you, and you've got the nerve, he's coming to you and saying to you, vote for me again. I am your Labour candidate. What kind of Labour candidate is he? Think about that, please. So if somebody pushes him on this exemption bit, he might come around and say this. He might say, oh well, you know, they're much cleaner and all that. Well, if he does say that, just take absolutely no notice of him at all, okay? Because it's a pack of lies. They are not much cleaner. Yeah, the new ones are, of course, the ones bought in the last, since I think he put it 2018, that they had to be zero emission capable. That doesn't mean zero emission, it means zero emission capable. That means they should be able to run on batteries. Could be a hybrid thing, you know. You know what lawyers are. Remember what totally unlimited broadband or unlimited broadband was, you know. And then you went to court, and they say, "Oh no, we didn't mean we didn't mean unlimited broadband. We meant fair usage." So that's what lawyers like Khan can do. That's how they can twist things. Okay? So, you know, 2018, possible zero emission doesn't mean that they are zero emissions. Okay? They're very likely hybrids that can be converted to full battery. But, you know, you talk about a mileage of 200 miles or something, or 250 miles. That's not a lot for a taxi driver. You know, you cover that pretty quickly in parts of the day, and then he'll have to go somewhere and charge himself up, and that's not going to happen in 5 minutes either. Okay. Again, I'm asking you to answer it, because I think I know the answer, but I'm afraid I can't disclose it. You have to come to that answer yourself. Okay? Thank you very much indeed. Not been that long, but it's been long enough, so thank you. Okay, now this is what it's all about. So I am going to spend a little more time on this one. The video is already very long, I'm afraid, but what I would suggest you do is don't try and watch it all in one sitting, unless you can, unless you've got the patience to, or the interest, but this is the one that you really need to, I should have mentioned that in the beginning, but if watch nothing else, then it should be this one here, really. So there are some preliminaries that I'd like to get through first, and it's important that everybody understands this. The first, of course, is the most obvious one. For the sake of our children, of our older people, of everybody really, we need good fresh air in London, and we need to take fair steps, good and fair steps, rather not good, we need effective fair steps must be taken. And also I'm not trying to promote an environment where we have a lax ULEZ policy. Now I'd like for one to be as strict as is necessary, but at the same time it's just got to be fair and not punitive. So, you know, a ULEZ policy is needed, but a fair one is needed, and you shouldn't have to back things up with punishment, you know. Now, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure there are very few of you who don't know, but, you know, never owned a car or anything like that, would possibly not know. There is something called an MOT, which I think stands for Ministry of Transport test. That's what the old name was. And it's stuck. And that means that your car needs to be taken there every year. If it's older than 3 years old, it has to be taken there to be tested. And the host of tests that are run through. Okay, so there's some more preliminaries coming up. I've already done that. I've already said that it's got to be fair. Now, the next bit is very important because there are two agencies, there are two government agencies involved. There's the DVSA and there's the DVLA. Okay? Now, the DVSA are responsible for the MOT and all that. Okay? So, we need to get them on board with us for this ULEZ. And that's why I call this the MOT route. Then we have the DVLA. Now the DVLA are the ones who hold the details of your vehicles, the logbook details, your car tax details. That's all their responsibility. So between them, okay. Well, no, let's just talk a little bit more about the DVLA. So, the DVLA has got a fairly substantial database that it does make available to a lot of people, not just, not for instance, garage owners and motor factors, you know, people who sell spare parts. They often ask you for the registration number of your car. And on the basis of that, they get information about the exact model of your car from the DVLA, and from that they can usually tell what spare parts you need. So you know it's a great service really the DVLA provide, and as I said before, it's a clever service together with the DVSA. It's a very very clever, very carefully thought out. And it makes a lot of sense. A lot of people appreciate it. So we've got, just take a breath. We've got the DVSA, okay? We've got the DVSA down there at the bottom, and we've got the DVLA. Now they're going to need to work together, and we'll see how soon. Now, as I said, in order to really achieve substantial values of CO2 and NOx. And by the way, just something that I didn't mention, the old Kahn method only deals with NOx. So it doesn't really deal with CO2. And that's fair enough actually, because the government in your road taxes you considerably more if you've got high CO2. So your car tax will be a lot higher. So anyway, the point that I want to make here very quickly is that it's combining the database of the DVSA and the DVLA that's going to make possible a very fair ULEZ system. Okay? Now, I thought I made a mistake, but I haven't actually. The emissions data are not actually kept by the DVSA, they are kept by the DVLA. So the DVSA, they're more into the testing and all that. But they've got the testing centers. So the DVLA do not have the testing centers. So if a car doesn't have emissions data that are stored electronically with the DVLA, then the DVLA can ask the DVSA to refer that particular vehicle to one of their approved centers for assessment of the emissions data. Okay? So, now I just, again, as I said, this is a very important subject, and really everybody needs to understand it very, very clearly. So I'm going to spell everything out, if you don't mind. So let's just look at the advantages of the MOT system. over the proposed MOT system over the existing ULEZ nightmare by Khan. The first and foremost, there will be no need to categorize your vehicle Euro 4 or Euro 6. It's not necessary anymore, and you'll soon find out. It doesn't mean to say that as a nation we don't need to know that. As I mentioned later, as a nation we don't want to be buying polluting cars for use anywhere in Britain, not just London. Okay? So, but as far as the ULEZ implementation is concerned, it will not require you to have either Euro 4 or Euro 6 or Euro 5 or Euro 3, anything of the sort. You will not be necessary. It will not be necessary for you, for the ULEZ to know what kind of car. Well, it will. They need to know what kind of car you got, but that is usually from your number plate. Right, so what I'm trying to say, it doesn't have to meet any particular standard. That's what I meant to say. It doesn't have to meet, your car will not have to meet a Euro 4 or Euro 6 or Euro 5 or Euro 7 when it comes out. It will not have to meet any standard. Your car is what your car is. Remember that. Your car is what your car is. It's the category that it belongs to, and it doesn't belong to any other category. So it is what it is. That's it. Like human beings, some of us are ugly, some of us are pretty, we are what we are. Same with the car here. And now, the other great thing is, of course, there's no need for the ULEZ to hold your financial data on their computer system. There won't be any of this auto-pay nonsense, because there won't be any need for it. You will make a payment, but that will be made once a year, and you'll be able to make it at the post office, or at PayPoint, or bank transfer, or PayPal if you're willing to pay a small fee. Because as I said, it's only taken once a year. There'll be no spying cameras, apart from what there is now for congestion charging. There will be complete ring-fencing of the money. So we talked about ring-fencing before. So all the money that's going to be collected is going to be used exclusively on improving London's air. As I said before, we have lots of things we can do. Fund research and development. We can look to other countries for emerging technologies. We've got a lot of possibilities if we have a little money in the bank. And that's what this scheme is going to do. It's going to bring, not a little, it's going to bring a lot of money into the bank. So Mr. Johnson is watching this by any miracle. I don't mean that derogatorily, I just mean that he's very busy, so he may not have time to look at this video, especially as it's going to be very long. But there you are, hopefully this system will provide a lot of money for London. And it should. It's not, I'm not suggesting that we take away a card system and replace it with something that's, silly. That's not going to be useful, or the mayor, whoever he or she is, has got to have a decent amount of money to pay for some decent research, because that's what we need. We need to engage the universities, we need to engage our technical colleges, we need to, all of these people have got to be engaged so that Britain as a whole is going to become a leader in Europe when it comes to, Germany now is claiming to be the leader, but we can do better. We can do better. Why? Because we're British, because we've got that tradition. Think of World War II, think of radar, think of TV. We've got a huge tradition of innovation in this country, and it hasn't gone away. Okay, so I say there'll be better science and technology available, and that's very true. And I will tell you what feedback is. This is the place where I'm going to really define it. But I just want to mention, I think I'll make a note to to remind you myself, but I'll just write it down here. Close loop and open loop, and the difference between them. So, there will be better science tone because the London Pollution and the monitoring team and the mayor will have a continual picture of what's going on. In other words, data is going to be fed back to them. They're going to know that, since the implementation of X, we've seen Y changes. They're going to know that, okay? They're going to know specific areas, lots of things that they can do, like vehicle monitoring. I mean the kind that you have these rubber bands on the road where, we look for traffic, we look for traffic jams. Those kind of things can be expanded and improved upon. Now, the next point, there'll be no invasion of your privacy. That's very important. Okay? It will be totally fair. Now, that's what we in Britain love. We love things to be totally fair. Don't we? Am I speaking on my own here? I think I'm speaking with 99% of people. And there will be no large-scale and extensive penalty system. It won't be needed. Now you may think, oh well, the mayor was hoping to raise a lot of money, well, why raise money on the misery of other people? That's not right, is it? It just shows that you're damn uncivilized if you do that. You don't raise money on people's misery. The only penalty system that will be is a minimal one, that if you have your MOT, you've got your data to pay, and you don't pay, a week later you still haven't paid, so you'll be, if you don't pay within a couple of weeks, you'll be given a warning, you'll incur a penalty. So there you go. There's no reason for you not to call and say, here's my annual payment. Everybody does that. They go and do it, get their MOT, and they pay. Simple as that. But other than that, no real penalties. Of course, if you are committing fraud, but then that could be a police matter, couldn't it? Okay. And there will be no favoritism. Now, what I mean by that is there are not going to be any exemptions other than what is absolutely required by the state, namely the emergency services and the military, and no other maybe things. Well, I don't know. I'm saying no other, but the new mayor may think that things like refuse collection and things like that may qualify, and if he or she did, I don't think I would have a lot of objections towards that. And there would be no north and south circular roads. London will be free for everybody to use. Okay, that's very important. And as would anybody else living in this country, living in Britain, and visitors to our shores from Europe or Ireland, they bring their car in. They'll have to follow some rules, but they'll be free to come into London without any problems. Now, this is an important point again. I have to say this because I know that there are a lot of people like that. A lot of people say, well, I'm not going to be really affected, so, and maybe it's going to cost me £20 a year when I don't have to pay anything now. Why is it right for me to pay this £20 or £30 or whatever it is the fee that I'm going to talk about soon needs to be? Well, the answer is very simple. You do want your children to breathe better air, don't you? You do want a cleaner London, don't you? I mean, no matter who you are, you do want that. What is that, £1 a week? Does that matter really that much to you? So, really, if you're thinking like that, you think you're sitting pretty, and you think that, you don't have to do anything about it, you don't have to contribute anything towards making London cleaner, then I'm afraid I think that you haven't got much of a social responsibility to your children and to other people's children. Okay? So, and the other thing is, of course, present standard is Euro 5, but you know what? A lot of the cars now that are being produced are the diesel cars are much lower than the 80 milligrams that we talked about before. So car may just decide, oh well, instead of Euro 6 for diesel, I'm actually going to say 60 milligrams per kilometer. As soon as he's done that, all these Euro 5 cars, all these Euro 4 cars drop into oblivion, because then he can't have an inconsistent 60 milligrams for diesel and still have 80 milligrams for petrol. So that's the kind of thing that can happen, and you know, believe me, with this mayor in charge, it will. I should call him this Imelda Marcos in charge. It will. Now, the Prime Minister, I think he wants to extend the ULEZ to cover all of London. Well, and what and what Boris gets, you know that's true, don't you? That's absolutely true. Anyway, now, this new MOT system is definitely going to, in one fell swoop, is definitely going to please the Prime Minister, because he's going to get what he wants. He's going to get the ULEZ covered to extend the whole of London. So let's not forget that, Mr. Prime Minister. I hope you're saying a thank you to me. Right. So, as I said, the people with the new... Oh, yeah, that's another important point. People with newer cars who are getting off scot-free, they'll probably still get off scot-free. The only thing that they'll have to pay is this annual charge, which I'll talk about soon, you know. And that really is important because, you know, we do need that money in London. We do need a source of I don't know, perhaps 60, 70 million pounds a year in order to fund and in order to carry out research into making London greener. That's absolutely essential. So please don't begrudge the Mayor for asking you for this this yearly figure. Just like your MOT, it's something that just a social responsibility. You live in a capital city of the United Kingdom, and you have a responsibility to match. Right. Now, and I make the point there, think of your precious children. So really, think of your precious children to the power of 10, because they're important. Okay? Now, the other thing about the Euro standards, I think I made this point earlier, that is still and will remain the government's responsibility. Khan was just using it, you know. But it's actually the government's responsibility, because they're the ones who decide what cars are allowed to be sold into the United Kingdom. And Euro standards are certainly one way of their deciding, one criterion they take into account. The others may be safety and all sorts of other parameters and metrics, you know. So, sorry, I've got a little bit of a pain. Right, so, yes, and if you let Khan back in, you're just going to make him, you're going to embolden him, and you'll keep his wretched system, and keep his wretched favoritism. All these things will happen, you know. So I'm very glad of one thing, because now before the election, and if we see Khan kicked out, then none of the other politicians are going to be able to ignore this MOT system. They're going to have to make a jolly good strong case against it if they don't want it employed. So that's why I say to you, really think about it. This is a really great system, and it's only there due to the benefit of what our previous generations of engineers and scientists did. Their hard work is giving us a beautiful system now if we want to use it. It really is their hard work that's done it. It's you know, they are the ones that we've got to say thank you to. Now, I want to tell you something about feedback. I want to give you a demonstration. Now, let me tell you, if a system, that's what I put a note here to remind you, because it's not in the notes here. So I just, sorry, I didn't think about it. Otherwise, I would have put it. But you know, it's second nature to me, so it didn't really occur to me that you might not know about it. But here you are. I see a system that's got feedback is called a closed loop system. So you can look up on YouTube closed loop feedback, and you might learn a lot. And a system that doesn't have feedback is called an open loop system. Again, you can go and check the meaning of either little videos about it on YouTube. Okay, so now Khan's present ULEZ system is an open loop system because it hasn't got any feedback. So now I'd like to demonstrate what this feedback is, and this just consists your index finger, your eyes, and the tip of your nose. So I say to wave your arms a bit, your arm rather, the one that you're going to use, and then just somehow, like a bee, get the tip of your finger to touch the tip of your nose. It's quite easy, isn't it? Boom. You do it without problems at all. Now, that's because you've got feedback. Feedback is operating there. So now let's try and do it without feedback. So what you want to do now, this time is to extend your index finger again, but this time shut your eyes really tight so you can't see out. Okay? And with your eyes still shut tight, wave your arms a bit, and then try and again place the tip of your finger on the tip of your nose, but do it really slowly and from far away. And move your head around a bit, you know. Now, you might be lucky, you might get it done, but chances are you won't. You'll miss your nose. Not by much, but you'll miss it. So that's what engineers would call an open loop system. So, and if you manage with your right hand, and try it with your left hand, but always do it very slowly, you know. So there I define the feedback for you. That's when your eyes can see what the tip of your finger, where your tip of your finger is, and it directs your brains to make corrections to your arm movement so that the tip of your finger connects with your nose tip. Now if you have, this is an important bit, if you've got feedback controlled in pollution control, the system's eyes will be open to direct adjustment to the allocated NOx system. Now, you may not understand what that means yet. What it means by that is everybody is going to be, in this new system, everybody is going to be given an allowance of NOx that they can spend over the year. So I'll come back to that in a minute. Don't worry if you don't understand it yet. Just, that's what it means there, you know. So the mayor will be able to say, right, I'm not achieving that effect that I wanted, so I'm going to make an adjustment on, say, the trucks, and I'm going to make an adjustment on the buses, and I'm going to make an adjustment on certain diesel cars, yes, all those, and I'm going to see how the system reacts to it, and he or she will do it, and the scientists will gather the information, and they'll say, right, well, that's helped quite a bit, so there you are, you know. That's how a feedback system works. What's happened here? I didn't mean to do that. So, now, explain how this MOT system works. I want everybody to think about how they pay their income tax. Now, a lot of you may not know exactly how it's done, but I think most of you probably do. And the way that it's done is that you're given a tax-free allowance, okay? That's very simple. At the moment the figure is about £12,500, I think. I don't know for sure. And you are given that amount of money that you can earn before the Chancellor starts to take tax away from you. Okay, so it's your tax-free allowance. So that's what that is saying. Okay, and forget about points 2 and 3. All that means is that you get to 2, you get to earning more. Well, actually, you don't need to think about that because, we'll have something similar for the MOT system, the MOT approach. So you'll get an allowance, just like you get an income tax allowance, and then you can use your car as much as you like. Okay. Well, anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. I'm jumping the gun a bit. So there you are. There's the income tax system. You're allowed so much money before you have to pay tax. So at the bottom there, MOT route will be using a similar system. It should be easy to understand by everybody. So a little more. How many people know that the official government MOT records contain the previous year's recorded mileage? Actually, it contains more than the previous year, but it contains definitely the previous years that the vehicle under test had. So in other words, you bring your car to be tested, and there'll be a mileage reading on your speedometer, odometer, whatever you want to call it. But the man who's testing your car will also know what your mileage was the last time you had a test. So you'll have both mileage, this mileage and the last one. Okay? So there's a I'm sorry, I blanked that out because that's my own and really want to advertise my personal details. So as you can see, right there, there's a mileage. Okay, in that space there, that's where your mileage would be. And here's a mileage history. Now actually this one's got 3 years. It's got 2016, 17 and 18. So this test was actually done on 2019. And they would have that mileage in there. Okay? So everybody has this certificate. Everybody gets given one. So now to know how much mileage you've gone through, you would take this one here, which is your present mileage, and you would subtract the last year's mileage, which is that one there. And there you have it. There you know what your mileage is. Okay? That's the MOT certificate. That's the actual MOT certificate of a car. My car. So, everybody with a car that's over 3 years old would have one of these every year, if they pass the test. Okay? Right. So that's what I'm saying here. Using government figures, its simplicity itself to officially know how much mileage the vehicle has traversed in the 1 year period. Okay? That's obvious now. You've seen that. You know that that's the case. Now what's not obvious is, would Mayor Khan have known about this? What about the GLA with all their experts, all the hired labor, all the consultants, all the, good knows who they are, Wouldn't they have known about it? My foot, they wouldn't have known about it. My foot. Have they made a mistake? Did they make mistakes? Make mistake by omission? No. You're not allowed mistakes when you're a group. You might be allowed a mistake for an individual, but not as a group. Not when you've got a team of you working to look at ways of setting up a viable and fair ULEZ policy. No. We're not going to accept you made a mistake. And of course, the buck stops with Mayor Khan. He's the one who must accept ultimate responsibility for this mess. And if he tries to say, oh well, I can't be everywhere at once. I can't know all about technical matter. Sorry, that's not good enough. It's just not good enough. Okay? You don't know enough about technical matters, at least to hire people who are competent, and maybe not your pals. I don't know how you've chosen these people. If you had your proper human resources department choose these outside consultants, I don't know what you did. I don't know what you looked for. I can't possibly comment, but I do know that you've ended up with a pretty daft lot of technical people, because they're nothing but daft, Right, now I talk a little bit about infrastructure here. That's important, because when an infrastructure, such as the DVLA and the DVSA, they are infrastructures that they exist. You don't go and, it's like a bridge, you don't go and, when you need a bridge, you use a bridge that's there. You don't go and buy a rowing boat to cross the bridge, to cross the river. And that's what Khan has done. He's completely ignored the bridge, and he said, no, I'm going to use another system. I'm going to use my rowing boat, or whatever, a tunnel. I'll build a new tunnel. So instead of using the bridge, which is really safe and great, and everybody knows how to use it, no, he has to make something different. Right. So that's the note about infrastructures. You have to use them where you can, especially if they're brilliant ones like we've got in this country. We've got the MOT and the DVLA, they're absolutely brilliant, You ask any motor factor in the country, they'll tell you that the DVLA are absolutely brilliant. You ask any garage, they'll tell you that the DVLA are absolutely brilliant. I'm not the only one. You can ask yourself, go to your garage and ask them. Okay, so now, this is where I make a promise. As an engineer, I'm prepared to promise you. Now, I don't claim that I have all the answers, because I don't, and no doubt there will be one or things that will need seeing to, but I'm used to solving problems. That's what I've been doing all my adult life. I've been solving engineering problems, and I immensely enjoy doing that, and I'd be very happy to continue doing it for a little while. But on the basis that, for 9 things out of 10, or for 8 things out of 10, I'm prepared to promise, even though I don't get a penny for it, okay, I'm prepared to promise that a technically viable scheme could very easily be implemented that will, in a recognizably fair way, raise sufficient funds to ensure that London can always have a viable and yes, I should have made that in red, and constantly improving, because that's a key word, constantly. Because that's the whole point about feedback, by the way, that you are constantly improving. You are constantly making iterations that improve your system. Okay? So there's something there to always improve the ULEZ one. I promise that. I actually promise you all that. And you can string me up to the nearest hanging post and hang me if I don't prove to be right. And this scheme does not have a major penalty framework, okay? And this is something which I hope perhaps one of their lordships, or one or more of their lordships at the Supreme Court, if they're watching this, hello sir and madam, I really appreciate that you are watching it, and respectfully, I would say that we don't deserve to be under such a major penalty network as this. We just don't deserve it. We haven't done anything wrong. We're not criminals. All of us are ordinary people in London, working hard most of the time, and we don't, never mind the spy cameras is something else, but we certainly don't need to be constantly under threat by a penalty framework. We don't need that. And I say you don't need spy cameras, and you don't. There's going to be a little hiccup later about that. We can talk about that when we get there. Anyway, very importantly, the scheme uses and relies upon government. Now this is important. Government. In other words, we're not starting anything from scratch. We're using existing government infrastructures, which, as I've told you about 10 times already, excellent. Nobody can criticize the MOT and the DVSA. Nobody can criticize them. They're absolutely superb. Okay? And the other good thing about this is that I think that, although you may not understand it today, I'm sure that, because maybe I'm delving too much into the detail, I need to just step away. You know how you step away from a painting to observe its overall beauty? Well, in the same way, you have to step back a bit, and then you can see the whole scheme. But for the moment, I am concentrating on the details, so it is probably a little bit confusing. But later on, you can come back and watch this section again. Okay, you don't have to watch it from where I've started going, talking about the preamble, and you can go to the part that's coming up now, Okay? So it makes use of the MOT infrastructure stored by the DVLA and the DVSA. Okay? So they both have data, and you're going to combine that data. Okay, so now here we go. Here's the scheme, and we're going to spend a little time now discussing it. I'll try not to stray off the subject too much. So what we've got now is every car that's 3 years old or more is required to go and pass an MOT test before it's allowed to use the roads. Everybody, I think, knows that. And in fact, if you don't have an MOT and you do drive around, it's actually an offense. I think it's also an endorsable offense, and it can render your car's insurance invalid. Okay, that's an important point. If you kill anybody because your brakes are not working and you don't have an MOT, then sadly you're in very big trouble. So this we've already talked about before. When you take your car to be MOT'd, and the technician, he does all the gubbins that are necessary to do, and eventually issues you with a new certificate. That certificate, if you've passed, of course, he'll issue you with a new certificate. That certificate, as I've shown you earlier, I showed you that photograph, that contains both the present and the previous mileage. So there you are. Thanks to the DVSA, you've got that information. Or the new Mayor of London will have that information. Okay? So now, there is a case where an MOT can be carried out 1 month before the expiry of the... So you're not going to get your 12-month full period. Now, I mention this because some people are going to use that as some sort of crutch to say, oh, well, that's the fly in the ointment, isn't it, for the scheme? Well, it isn't. I'm sure it isn't. It's very easily adjusted for. There's no problems with it at all. So, now, got an accurate measure of the mileage. So we know one thing. So everybody, I don't want you to lose your way. We know how far the car has traveled in that 1 year. That is something now that we know now, that we've known last year, we've known for many years, because that's what the DVSA do. They record the mileage. Okay. Now, this is an important point. People think that, the mileage of a car can be falsified. Well, there certainly are going to be 1 or 2 who are going to do it. But, just because you don't have to throw the baby away with the dirty bathwater, do you? So really, and actually, as I say here, if you don't know what you're doing, it's extremely difficult, especially for the more modern cars, especially like the diesel cars that were sold, 10 years ago or something like that. It's exceedingly difficult to do it, because in an engine, there's what they call as an engine management system. They've also got a computer system that does all sorts of things that are based on the mileage. Like it advises you when you need change the oil or to change the timing belt. There are lots of very important things that you get a reminder from your car that you need to do. And some other cars, if the car checks the last recorded mileage to be, say, 20,000, and the new recorded mileage to be 19,000, they'll think that some thief has got hold of it. And one of the things that they can do is they can completely immobilize the car. You get completely locked from using the car. So it's not as obvious as you think. It's got to be taken to a dealer with special equipment from the manufacturers to do all that kind of thing. And of course with very old cars, well, that can be done. Like in my car you could do it, but there's so few of these cars left on the road, and it wouldn't be worth my while, because I don't do very many miles, and I dare say most old people, they don't do that either, So I don't think this is a problem, not at all, and you can have spot checks anyway. And as you saw with that MOT certificate, there's 3 years, and there could be even more years stored in their computer system. So now all of a sudden, if you really start changing your behavior so much, somebody will probably realize it, that you're committing fraud, And anyway, there are lots of other ways you can look into that, but I really don't think that's an issue. And I think if you think about it yourselves, you realize that it's not really an issue. No system can be perfect, and I think that is really such a small imperfection that we take some precautions and that's it. Now we bring in our model that we used before, the income tax model. So now, remember what we've got? We've got the mileage. So now, every car owner is issued with an annual ULEZ tax-free mileage allowance. Okay. Now, this is an important point, so please don't forget this point. This is a calculated value. So it isn't just a guess value. It's a value that's been calculated for your car. Okay. It's specific to your car. The mileage allowance that you get is specific to your car. All right. Now I'm sure that Syatem Bear is going to understand that without any problem. I don't know about the others, but I think she will, Right, so it's a mileage that's specific for your car. So you don't need to know about, the reason it's been done this way is that you don't need to know about CO2, about NOx figures. You just need to know you've got a mileage allowance. And are you within that mileage allowance or not? That's what you've got to know. That's what you, as a driver, as a lay person, as somebody who's not an engineer, that's what you need to know. Have I gone over my limit or haven't I? And the only limit that you can see is your mileage. You can't see the NOx. So that's why it needs to be your NOx allowance has to be transformed into mileage allowance. That's the reason, okay? Now, that means, as I say here, you can drive anywhere you like in London up to that allowance, that mileage allowance, before you have to pay a ULEZ fee. And once you breach that, then you may have to pay so many pence per gram, or 50p per gram, or a bit more, depending on the mayor. until you get to another point, which then classifies you as a very heavy use driver, and really that means that you should really be thinking of getting another car. Okay, those are the only circumstances where, if you're really a heavy duty driver, because modern cars are more economical to run than old cars anyway. So unless of course you're a diesel driver, but then it may not be worth your while. But anyway, so you have this sliding scale. So if you just breach it by say 100 miles, well, it won't be so. Even up to 500 miles, it probably won't be so serious. But once you get past 500 miles, you'll have to pay another rate. Okay, so there you are. You're in your car. You know what your mileage allowance is because you've been notified what it is. Okay? Now it's the same year to year, unless of course the mayor changes it. And you know how much you can drive before you have to pay a charge. Okay? That's the NOx charge, not the other charge. I'll come to the other charge in a minute. Alright? I hope that's reasonably clear to everyone. So, the best part of the scheme is that the mileage allowance will depend on the car and the car's NOx emission values. So that's what I was saying to you before. You won't know about what the emission values are because you're not used to that. You're used to looking at your miles. So what will actually happen is your car will be actually given, and it won't be given. Everybody in London, absolutely everybody in London, will have exactly the same NOx allowance. So it doesn't matter who you are. I'm talking about cars and vans and all those kinds. Everybody will have the same NOx value as an allowance. But of course you can't work with that. You need to have something. So then somebody will come along, a computer, and they'll say, right, this car here has this. Well, we know that because everybody has that emission value, but we know that this car's particular emission value is this amount. So we are able to work out how many miles he can get from his allowance. It's just it's just a division actually. Okay, so you take your allowed one, and you're divided by what your car is, your car's emission. I know I'm making things a bit more complicated than it should be. Take it from me. Lots of people will tell you, yes, that's possible. What this man is saying to you. All right. So, but the great thing is, so let's not get. That's what I was planning not to do when I'm doing it. You see what an idiot I am. I don't want you to get lost in the woods and you worrying about the trees and you can't see the general picture, which are the woods. So here we have the we have a mileage allowance issued to everybody. Now, for most cars, the government will have the NOx figures for that car stored. So it'll be very easy to work out everybody's mileage from those quantities. Take it from me. Okay? I said North and South Circular Road will not be boundaries, and Prime Minister will get his wish. The ULEZ will be for the whole of London. Now, trucks, buses, and other vehicles will have different NOx value, depending on their community benefits. Because it would clearly be unfair, somebody who is selfishly just driving his car around, and another person who's doing things like delivering groceries, the post office, grocery deliveries to supermarkets and grocery deliveries to your homes, people delivering things from Amazon and all that, and public transport, of course. They're going to have a different a different NOx allowance, you know. So they'll probably be higher, so their mileage allowance will very likely be higher. And people who live outside London, that come into London, they'll have to pay and display a permit. Very easy. You just it's like your boarding card when you go flying. You just pay for it, PayPal or whatever, and just like you've got your boarding card, you'll have a permit when you come to London, so that if a policeman stops you or somebody, you'll have your permit there. You'll be able to show him, yes, I'm okay to use London for today, or today and tomorrow, for however long that you've made your permit last. But the point I make is that it should be very affordable, because we're not fair-minded people anyway. We don't want to make money from any Briton who wants to come to his capital to visit. It's absolutely not acceptable. Anybody coming into London for a visit with his car should not be excluded by costs from doing it. You know, it should be very affordable. So that's why I put very affordable there. And it doesn't have to be much. £2 to £5 a day, that's really not very much, you know, to pay for your city, you know. They're very similar to, you know, when you use the Dartford crossing, I think that's £3 or something like that. Something like that anyway. Right. Now, I just make the point that at the moment a car that is not owned by a London resident can enter London and drive the whole day with no mileage cap, polluting the atmosphere. He hasn't paid any rates. He hasn't paid the resident, because he's not a London resident, he hasn't paid any rates, he hasn't paid any council tax, nothing. He just comes in and dumps his pollution. Now, if his car is Euro 6 or Euro 4, Mayor Khan says he can do that. Why should he be able to do that? I mean, it's not his children's airs that's getting polluted, it's our children's air, isn't it? So, but anyway, with the ULEZ system, everything becomes fair, believe me. Okay, so now I come to the next component, which is the yearly administration fee. And that is something that everybody has to pay, whether you've got a new car or not. And that will depend on your own car's NOx. So in other words, if you've got a car that's like this Range Rover, Land Rover, it's got a low one, then your administration fee won't be very high. But if you've got a car like mine, where, you know, the NOx figures are likely to be quite high, I will have to pay a more expensive administration fee. That's fair enough, you know. I don't mind, because, you know, as long as I know the money's going to be doing good things and not going into paying off some debt, I'm quite happy with that. So the figure that I thought was £10 to £40. Now you might say, well, what about battery cars? Yes, I think battery cars should pay as well. Now you may think, oh, it's a bit nonsense. Why? Well, they could break down, couldn't they? And if they break down, they'll need a breakdown truck. And if the breakdown truck is a petrol breakdown car, well, by breaking down, they've contributed to polluting the atmosphere. So, anyway, it's the principle of the thing. £10, not a lot, is it? You can pay for it. And these are the exemptions: emergency services, including the police and the military. We can't have any of them paying that. Plus, they haven't got the wherewithal to bother about things like that. You know, they're doing far more important things. So, now, I'm sure the black cabs are not going to be very happy. They're going to be very unhappy. But they will be given a good allowance, because, you know, they're performing a duty of carrying people around. And one of the things that the mayor could do is he could negotiate with Central London, which is mainly Westminster Council. There's a little bit of Chelsea and Kensington and all that. We can negotiate with them to provide more taxi cabs and minicab. Not more taxi cabs, I didn't mean to say that. More taxi cab ranks, okay? And might think about providing minicab ranks as well, so that they can go and park there. Now, if they've got a mileage allowance, point that I make here, they're not going to be wandering about with their for-hire light on, here, there, and everywhere. You have to think twice about it before doing that. So they're not exempted anyway. Neither will the minicabs be exempted, and they'll have approximately the same kind of NOx. Absolutely no favoritism. And bus companies like National Express. Now, I know that National Express have spent a lot of money updating their buses, so that's going to be a great money. They're going to save a lot of money, because obviously with no lower NOx levels, they are going to pay less because they won't be polluting so much. Or they'll have a reasonable mileage allowance, and they will pay less. I just mentioned the point about the GPS. Don't worry about that. It's just a way of knowing when they're in London and when they're not. Okay. So as I talked about the payment before, that's no real problem. Pay once you've got your MOT certificate. You pay the, what have I called it? I can't remember what I've called it now. The administration fee, there you are. You pay your administration fee and any extra mileage that you have done that you're not supposed to have done. Now, for most old people and disabled, they will easily be within their mileage, so they won't have to pay anything, which is great, isn't it? Absolutely great. It's how it should be. And remember we talked about a closed loop system? So with a closed loop system, because of feedback, the new mayor will be able to adjust and tweak the system year by year. So if needed, your mileage allowance will go down. It probably will go down progressively, but it won't go down to hurt you that much. And it will still give you plenty of miles every year to do all your essential, going to the shops, going to the doctors. It'll probably give you more than enough to do all this, much more than enough. Okay? So the mayor has this marvelous control available with his or her scientists, and they will be able to do marvelous. Plus there's some other great schemes that I'll be very happy to let the mayor know about it once anyone comes in. Now, cars that don't need an MOT, well, all they need to do is go to an MOT. Let's say they bought their car on the 1st of August. So all they need to do is, on the 1st of August the following year, they just go to an MOT station and they have their mileage read. That's it. No test, nothing like that. Just to have their mileage read. And they'll be given a certificate, and they may have to pay a $5 for it, or it might just be free. It might just be a service that the mayor might sponsor. But I don't think it should be free. I think £5 is not, or £10 is really not a lot to ask. So they use that reading in order to register their mileage with the DVLA. So that when they need to register their mileage, because year by year they get an allowance, so they get a mileage allowance. It's not going to be a mileage allowance for 3 years, it's going to be a mileage allowance per year. So those cars that want to make use of this early MOT, now there's a very good reason why this was, again, talk about infrastructure, talk about things being well planned, talk about former engineers being absolutely brilliant in the United Kingdom, you know, they were really not stupid people. They introduced this early MOT because they recognized that sometimes your car needed to have work done to it, and it would need some time, it would need staying in the garage. Well, you know, strictly speaking, you shouldn't be driving the car, but anyway, you could leave it in the garage, and by the time your MOT came around, it would be fixed, and also it would be more convenient if you had to go on holiday or something like that. So there are loads of reasons why they did that. But as far as we're concerned, if you do have an early MOT, you can go again. You can get your certificate, you can go again a month later, just have your mileage read. Okay? Nothing is difficult there. Now, I know I do this a lot. I like to go out of London. So I go for a weekend, well, not anymore, not since COVID, but it's only go for a day out. Well, I haven't done that either, but anyway, normally that's what I would do. I would go out for a day. And, you know, I shouldn't have to pay mileage when I'm out of London, so there has to be a way to tell the system that I'm not in London. And I think the best way to do it is using an app. I personally think the best way to do it is by a sealed GPS tracker that can be read. Now, it would only, if you commission some engineers in China, that'd probably be the cheapest way of doing it. I know that doesn't sound very right to a lot of people in Britain, but we have to think about doing things properly. Or you can get somebody here, University of Reading, something like that. They're very good in information technology and all that. And you develop a tracker that is sealed, cannot be tampered, cannot be opened, okay? And it receives a signal as soon as you go out of London. Now, it will know where you've been and how much you've been. Now, it doesn't have to disclose that information. It can simply say, this car has been out of London for 200 miles. That's it. And that information can be read by a scanner, okay? When the time, you don't have to do it all the time. You can do it once a year. So it'll be cumulative. And if you like, you can keep a backup record, and you can send, for instance, a photograph of your odometer or speedometer, if you want to call it that, to ULEZ, and they'll text you back and say, right, we've received your outboard mileage, and when you come back, you text them the new mileage, and they'll say, right, we've got your loop mileage, so now we know exactly how much you spent out of London. So that's what I'm saying here, you know, that's all that. Okay, so we'll move on from that a bit. Alright, I just give you a chance to pause the video. This is the phone app. Alright. And then they have the holiday loop mileage, as one I've said to you before. So I personally favor the tracker, because I think that's very good, easy to fit to a car. It depends what kind of information the tracker is given. If it's giving information like where you've been, then I'm not in favor of it. But it's just giving information how many miles you've covered outside London, then no problems with that at all. And by the way, in case you thought that GPS trackers can't do that, they can very easily do that. You know, they do tell you, for instance, they do warn you when you're going too fast, or so if they can monitor your speed, they can certainly monitor your distance, you know. Not a big problem at all. Right, so I'll move on that one there. So yes, and the other thing is that while you're supposed to be on holiday, your car shouldn't be in London, should it? So people can, there's ways of finding it. You can use the number plate capture system that Khan has spent a fortune installing, but probably the best way is to use your app, you know. And if something is not right, you may anyway, I can't work out all the details now, but I'm pretty sure that you can find another way other than just snapping people with a camera all the time. I think that is possible. Okay. I mean, one really big point is that when you're on holiday, you're going to have you're going to be covering a lot of mileage. So really, when you come back on holiday, you might have, if you've gone for a week, you might have 2 months mileage in the space of a week, you know. And if you haven't been in London, then you must have been out on holiday. So anyway. So there, see, I mentioned that I object to that. And then if the ULEZ suspect fraud, they can send a keeper in his vehicle to an MOT test center off the ULEZ choice. That's important for a mileage rescan. Okay. So now this is a whiteboard thing, so I'm going to be doing that. I know I've got what I've put after that. So, right. So now we are going to determine the mileage allowance for oh yes, that's true. We know the mileage, we know the NOx limits now, they are 80 milligrams in both cases for petrol or diesel. That is what the NOx limit is. Now, a lot of people will be saying, well, actually, why don't you just use that as a figure and then divide that figure by, or divide your car's figure by that, then you'll have the multiple, you'll have what you're looking for. You'll have the mileage. Actually, that figure divided by your car's figure will give you a fraction that when you multiply it by an agreed figure of, say, 6,000 miles, you will have your mileage allowance, okay? But the reason for doing that is because at the moment, although it's a limit, I think probably that Cian Berry will probably like what I'm saying. Although this is a limit, there is no reason why we can't use a lower limit, why we can't choose a car that we think is great today and work out what that car's NOx level is and use that as a base figure. And I would not really have them. I mean, it would mean lower allowances for everybody, but I think wouldn't make that much of a difference. But that's why I haven't done it. That's why I've said, you know, let the mayor's scientists choose a car that they think is the fairest figure to use. They might choose 80, who knows? So I've actually chosen this car, And we'll get the details of this car when I do the whiteboard. Get the details, because I will be doing the whiteboard calculation. We'll get the details from that website that I used before. Next Screen Car, I think it's called. Okay. So here what I'm saying is we're going to use that as our base car. So that's the one that I'm using, but of course ULEZ might use another car, you know. So under Mayor Khan, the base car has unrestricted mileage to use within the ULEZ. But in reality, we can estimate the mileage, what actually unrestricted mileage probably means for most people. And the figure that's very common is, for the UK, it's about 10,000 miles a year, which is 16,000 kilometers. And for London, it's probably about 6,000 miles or lower. And that's about 9,600. So that's the mileage, and everything's got to be multiplied by that 9,600. Okay? So now, since the NOx allowance for everybody in London will be the base car's NOx emission multiplied by 9,600, that's going to give me a figure. And when I take that figure and I'm divided, because that's mileage, think about it, that's mileage multiplied by NOx. So now when I divide it by NOx again, I'm going to be left with mileage. So I know that doesn't make sense to you, but it should to any normal scientist or anybody who's studying physics at school. But anyway, all it means is that you take this 9,600, you multiply it by the base car's NOx, okay, you'll get a figure, and that figure you will divide by your car's NOx. And when you do that, you'll end up with another figure, and that other figure is going to be your mileage allowance. Okay, that's what I'm saying. So I'll just say that again. You take base car's NOx figures, you multiply it by 9,600. Let me remind you what 9,600 is. That's the average mileage in London. So you take that base car's NOx figure, you multiply it by 9,600, you'll get a figure, you'll get a number. You take that number and you divide it by your own car's NOx. When you do that, you'll end up with your mileage allowance. So because everybody's NOx figure for their car is different, everybody's mileage allowance is going to be different. Okay? Some people with a low NOx will get a much higher mileage, and somebody like me with a very high NOx will probably get a very low. And that's how it should be, shouldn't it? Those who are polluting the most should not be allowed to drive that much. Okay? And that's deterrence enough for me. I'll come back and say, well, you know, all right, I'm approaching my limit, so I'm going to be a responsible person, and I'm going to try and not drive so much. Okay? So when I say I've done the calculation, I don't know if I've actually done it, you know. So, oh yes, I'm going to do it in a video presentation. So that's going to be a whiteboard thing, okay? So I'm going to insert it there. There it is. And you'll be able to follow. it. Okay? At the moment it's not there, but when I edit the video it'll be there. Okay, so that's it. That's the MOT route for ULEZ policy. And that's fair. And please, Mrs. Berry or Sean Berry, please, if you think it's fair, please stand up and say it's fair, right? I'm really expecting you to say it's fair. I'm expecting the Liberal Democrat candidate and Brian Rose and the Conservative candidate. Look, that's what your Prime Minister wants. That's what Boris wants. So you better come and say it's fair. Otherwise, you're going to have to answer to him. Okay? So everybody, bar Khan, should say it's fair. Right. Now, I need to talk about that because there are scientists from all over the world who are going to be watching this. And I need to explain to them one little thing that happens. Now, when you buy a car in the United Kingdom, you're not actually given the NOx figures for the car. You're given another quantity, which is this quantity here called grams per kilowatt hours. Now, this is because the amount of NOx that is being emitted by your car depends on the loading of your car. For instance, if your car is going uphill, you're going to be using more fuel than if it's going downhill. And when it's going uphill, it'll be ejecting more NOx than when it's going downhill. So now, what has to be done is that some empirical means statistical, by the way, some empirical estimate has to be done to be able to derive a figure for the grams, which is the one that, everybody's going to use, grams per kilometer, all right? Or actually they could use that, grams per kilowatt hour. They could use that. You don't have to worry about the empirical estimate. All right, so that's the reason. That's the reason I make this point here. All right, because you see, we're not daft. We know what we're doing in Britain. The DVLA know what they're doing. They didn't stick down grams per kilowatt. You hearing me, world? We're not all as stupid as this Mayor Khan. Thank you very much. Sorry it was long, very long presentation, but try and watch it in bits if you can't manage it all in one go. Right, this is due to be the last entry I make. Well, I was hoping to include messages to the various candidates, but I don't think I'm going to have time to do it, at least not if I want to try and post this video tomorrow. That gives me precious little time to get anything in the hands of people by the weekend, so even with the best of help. So what I will probably do is I'll probably post, if you look on the channel, if you are interested, and you look on the channel, you'll probably find the video there if I've uploaded it. Now, having said that, there is possibly one little message that I'm going to add in the end, and it's actually a personal message. Many of you won't understand what it is, but I'm actually trying to find somebody to say thank you to, somebody who's been very kind to me, and as I hope a lot of people will read this, perhaps this person will get to read it as well. So I'm hoping I can just include that last bit as a last bit, Now, just before I start on this section, I don't really want to spend a lot of time chatting, because it's really one of the most important sections there is, the older people and the disabled people. Now, I'd like to remind you that if you read the ULEZ website, you think, oh well, Khan is looking after the disabled, but he isn't. He isn't. The majority of the disabled people are not covered by what he's talking about, and you might see why here. Try and explain that to you. And then you have the older people. Now the older people, they are definitely going to be consigned to they're going, not a question of consign, they will have no choice but to go by bus. You may think, well, it's not too bad, is it? Everyone else has to go by bus. Yeah, but not everybody else suffers disabilities and pains and lack of balance. And don't forget, the bus is a moving thing. It's a moving platform. It's not so easy for older people, to get about in a bus. It really isn't. So, let's just try and get through this rather depressing part of this presentation. So, as I said, I don't think many people give older people much for thought. Oh yeah, you might think, you as a person might think a great deal of your grandfather or your grandmother, or even of your father and mother, but somehow it's localized, isn't it? It's just your grandfather, your grandmother, your mother, your father, but it's not somebody else's grandmother, is it? You don't think about them. You're only human. None of us would probably think much about someone else's grandfather and mother. But, you know something? In Britain, we have a great tradition of thinking of those. Although we may not think of them, as I've just mentioned, we think of them in a more universal way. We make sure that, they don't suffer. We make sure that they don't lose concessions that they need. Most of Britons would gladly give up their seats for an older person. Come to London, it's getting rarer. Okay, so, and what I'm saying here is, an older person worked hard all their lives, supported their families and kids, probably asked very little in return, and very little protest. But they do ask for you to be fair towards them, don't they? And to the younger people, won't be long before you're older too, It's not long at all. So, and this is the point, isn't it? If by that time, people like Khan and his sidekicks manage to persuade us that the new way of living is the way that he's proposing now, let's not give disabled people or older people any special favors, eventually that kind of mindset is going to get into the younger Brits, and then they get older and it'll get into their kids. Oh, what sort of a society is that? Where would we be heading? So remember that, Remember that, you younger people. That's why I say, put it in a knot in your handkerchief, store it somewhere safe. Because if you're not careful, you will develop these ideals that Khan has got, And where he got them from, goodness only knows. I don't think he got them from going to school here. Anyway, I don't know where he got them from. And, of course, they just want fairness. Okay? They just want fairness. They just want people to be fair towards them. And then, of course, they like, you name me one older person that doesn't like a little bit of independence, doesn't like to make his own cup of tea. Of course, they'd appreciate it if you made them a cup of tea, but, they They like to, and they probably like to make you one as well. They like that little bit of independence. They like to go out, the ladies, they like to go to the hairdressers, have their hair done. Okay? They do. They love it. And you know, like I say, out of control, demonic Hoover, sucking up their money. How are they going to be able to do any of the things like go to a hairdresser or anything? How? No. You see, when somebody's boss, okay, it's 10 times worse than if it's your neighbor who's being nasty to you. If it's somebody who's in charge of something, you know. Think of these Oliver Twist days, you know. That's probably where Khan belongs, you know. I'm not talking about as a pupil, but maybe one of the Fagin? Oh, I can't remember. Anyway, when they see somebody in power doing really nasty things to them, oh, that hurts them very deeply. That they say to them, what have I done all my life? You know, I've done things for you. You can't even do a little something for me, you know. And they're not talking about their children, they're talking about people in power. Where would Khan be without the British system of kindness? Would you have got an education? Anyway. So, he's giving favour to black taxi cabs, and he's crushing the older and needy. He really is. There is no doubt in my mind about it. And there shouldn't be any in yours either. Okay? So, I may have gone past something here I want to talk about. Let me just go back. No. I've covered it elsewhere, I think. Okay. We're coming to the disabled now, right? Now, of course, what's really bad for older people is absolutely terrible for disabled. Now, you know the definition of disabled. It's somebody who is incapacitated. You can be incapacitated in many, many ways. You can have a weak heart, or you run out of breath. And let's just take that person who's got a weak heart, you know, who runs out of breath. Do you suppose that Khan gave that person a thought? I don't think he did. Not from. What would it have cost him to say, okay, disabled people are exempt? Ask yourself that question. What would it have actually cost him? Nothing at all. And so that's the point I make here. You know, we rely on our decision makers, you know. And if they're rotten to the core, then the decisions they make are also going to be rotten to the core. Now, there's something about us. There's something about Britons. You know, 99% of the time, somebody will stand up and defend them. Right? Why? Because we're a civilized nation. We love to help our aged, and we like to help our disabled. And we gain a lot of pleasure from doing that. Why? Because we're civilized. Why? Because we don't come from some backward, well, we don't, you know, because we're civilized, put it that way. And it doesn't matter what you are, by the way. I'm not implying, yeah, that's a very good point. I have to make this because it's very important. I am not implying anything racial by this. I'm not saying, black people are uncivilized and white people are civilized. Not a bit of it. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is that we are British, and we've got that. We were educated. We went to school. Whether you're black or you're brown or you're yellow, you went to school here. You got taught by the teachers. You got taught to be civilized. Doesn't matter what color you are, does it? If you're uncivilized, you're uncivilized. Doesn't matter what color. You can be white and be completely uncivilized. But civilized means caring. Civilized means having great pleasure to give something to somebody, to do something for somebody, and be proud that you've done it. Go home feeling good for yourself, I've done something really worthwhile today. I helped an old lady cross the road. Something like that. As simple as that. That's what I mean, Okay. So like I said, it's only somebody with a defective DNA or disgraceful upbringing who are thoroughly uncivilized. Because in England you're given every chance to become civilized. Every chance. If you're born here, you went to school here, you have every chance of being civilized. And when you're civilized, you don't attack old people. You don't make them jump through hoops, like getting permission to use their cars to go to hospital, right? You don't make them do all that kind of nonsense. You just say, you need our help, we're going to give you our help. That's what you say, or that's what you should say. Okay? So now I'd like to give an example here. You've seen these monsters often. You're a disabled person, and you're given a car park near the entrance of a store so that, you don't have to struggle much. And when you get there, you found some idiot parked his car there who isn't at all disabled. Okay? And he just does it because he knows that he's going to get away with it. By the way, I don't know what the viewing public of this video is going to be. I hope it's going to be massive. And if it is massive, I would really like to make a plea, right, to people like Asda, people like Lidl, people like Aldi, right, and the others too. Can you please police your car parks a bit? Because there are a lot of unlawful people parking in there who are supposed to be disabled, and they don't even have a disabled badge on the car displayed. So, park in there, check on them and give them a hefty fine, Anyway, coming back to this now. There he is sitting at the top table of government, and he's refusing. Somebody says, can you imagine he's sitting there in a meeting and somebody said, what about the disabled? No, I'm not going to give them anything. But it's traditional, Mr. Khan. No, I'm not going to bother with them. They can jolly well fend for themselves, Why should we? We don't get anything, do we? Why should they? Can you imagine that conversation? Well, I can. I can't say that out loud because there might be children around. But oh, sorry, I missed the point here, so I've got to go back. Okay. So here we are at this. So here we are at this car park, and you see a driver parking there, and you think to yourself, what a rotten, selfish driver he is. Why is he parked in this car park? It's for disabled people. Now, in the same thought, I want to think of you sitting, that's what I failed to tell you, at the top table of government, and he's giving all sorts of concessions to inverted commas, non-disabled people, like his black taxicab pals, whilst, the disabled people are getting suffered. So that's when I say those words, and I hope that you see the similarity of the action I'm talking about. Okay. And I really believe that nearly every disabled person in Britain is going to be looking at this video and is going to be horrified at what they see. And not only disabled people, carers, mothers of disabled children, all of them are going to be absolutely appalled by this man. And the other thing is that Mayor knows how older people use the cars. He knows perfectly well. Don't tell me that he doesn't. I won't believe it. He knows that they use it sparingly. Anyway, ULEZ or not, they do, because they don't go out in their cars much. They haven't got anywhere to go. They go to the hospital, they go to the doctor, they may go to the hairdresser, they may go to some little social club somewhere. But then what? Is that compared to somebody who uses their car 7 days a week? I don't think so. And of course I make the point here that many older people have health issues. It really does mean they have to go to the hospital and the doctor and all that. No, Khan is going to stand up and say, well, I've made concessions for them. Well, you have not. Okay? I'll explain that to you. His concessions are that you have to, if you're going to the hospital, you have to apply. I may have mentioned that further on, but anyway, you have to apply for some permission and, fill in this form, fill in that form. Anyway. Now, anybody knows that, you go to a shop, you buy some bread, just a loaf of bread is a kilo, or near enough. You buy this, you buy that, you come out of there with a shopping bag of 10 to 15 kilos. And if you're doing it for the week, it's even more than that. Now, you've seen, if you go by bus in London, you've seen older people desperately trying to manhandle their personal trolley in buses. They have a huge amount of difficulties, So, if they're lucky, somebody will take them in their car, or they still got a car, they'll use their cars. At least, they're able to up to now. And then, again, because they're disabled, now, I'm talking about disabled people, I'm talking about people who may have a heart condition, who may not be able to walk very far, who suffer from pain, there are lots of disabling things that can happen to you, that can render you disabled. So they like to take their cars and go to Lidl or Aldi and park their cars there, do their shopping, come back to the car, load the car up, go home, and that's, they've done their week shopping. They get home and they can empty their cars gently. They may not have a trolley, but one bag at a time indoors. Okay. So here are the list of action facing older people using public transport. So this is both older and disabled, right? So they need to use walking sticks. Some of them do, and if you do, that's one hand taken up, isn't it? You haven't got that hand anymore to grab onto if you've got hand on one stick, you haven't got the other hand if it's occupied with a shopping bag, have you? So you're doing a balancing act, okay? Very easy for an older person to fall. How many times have you heard older people being admitted into hospital because they've fallen? That's the reason. And also, you have some pretty stupid bus drivers out there, They really don't allow older people time to sit down. You've seen it. If you've used the bus, you've seen it with your own eyes. What has Khan done about that? Yeah? Nothing at all. He's too busy attending parties. Okay, so there you are. People sitting in the bus, somebody sitting in a disabled seat, or a seat meant for older people, or mothers, or pregnant mothers, and they're just sitting there, with their mobile phone, tapping away, tapping text away. You walk into the bus, clearly you're disabled, clearly you need to sit down. Do they stand up? Most of the time they do. But sometimes they don't. And the bus driver doesn't do anything. So who's told him not to do anything? In many ways I can understand, don't want to get attacked. But there isn't sufficient imperative on that, People are not really informed of that. It's not drummed into them. That, you've got to give up your seat to a disabled person or an older person. Whether you're sitting in a disabled seat or not, you've got to do it. And ever since I can remember, British people have been doing that. Getting up. I've done it. I've gotten up and given my seat up. And not only to an older. I used to give up my seat to a girl. So, getting on and off a bus can be very difficult. And the driver stands there looking at you. You can see that you need help. You need for him to lower the bus. And he doesn't do anything about it. Why? Because it's going to delay him. Think of the time that it takes to lower and the time for it to come back up again. Okay. So this is the bit about the ULEZ regulations. They do make some concession about hospital visits, but really you have to ask their permission, you've got to fill this form and that form. And I'm not sure if it covers everything, whether blood tests or to the gym, for instance. If you're just going to the gym, not anything, not physiotherapy training, but just going to the gym, Sometimes hospitals have a gym, I don't think the regulations extend to that. And as I say, they expect you to jump through hoops to obtain permissions, And people who are ill, they're just capable of doing all that, They're hardly able to keep themselves alive, They're hardly able to go and get a drink of water or make themselves a cup of tea. And you want them to spend hours on the stupid computer asking your precious permission. Do you, GLA? Is that your idea of helping older people and hospital visits? No. So here's a case of stupid science again. Okay? This is really stupid. There's a good one right at the end. But this is the let's call it Mayor Khan science, We'll call, no, sorry, we won't. We'll call the last one Mayor Khan science. This one we'll call, right? A person who can't pay his £12, his wretched £12.50, who can't, not well enough to apply for permission, or pay for a minicab, then what is that person supposed to do? Well, the only thing he can do, he or her, is call an ambulance. And of course, Mr. Mayor Khan, how much more pollution is that big ambulance likely to dump when compared to the patient's little car? Have you thought about that? And as far as doing everything in one day, well, it's difficult because older people get tired easily. A little effort and they're gone. They've gone for the day, But let's say I'm wrong, and because they haven't got too many £12.50s, They try and do everything. Go to the hospital, go to the dentist, or hospital or dentist, and go on to the doctor. One of those three, and also go and do the shopping. Yeah. All this driving around, don't you think that's going to put just as much pollution in the atmosphere as doing it over 2 days? Anyway, you know. But it puts one big lot out in one day, doesn't it? So how is that helpful? So, here we are, you know. You only have a very limited budget. And you probably know that many can't even go on holiday, even afford to go on holiday. How many times you've heard that taken out equity release so that they can have a holiday? Otherwise they couldn't afford it. They certainly couldn't afford to buy another car in good mechanical condition. And then, how do they know that they've got a good car? And then, how do they face the expense of having to pay a large garage bill if the new car develops a serious fault? How do they do that? So they've just spent a huge amount of money buying the car. How do they do that? So this is a bit for London, for the country, for the world. I want you to look at this disgraceful London Mayor, Khan. Okay? Read what I have to say. I'll pause it. So going out twice a week for shopping, or hospital, or doctor, or to the park, is going to add £25 a week to the budget of an old person. That's £1,300 a year, which is almost the cost of their council tax all over again, and over 8 times the cost of their TV license. Now, world, send your comments in and tell me how disgraceful Mr. Mayor Khan is. Do. Just on this one paragraph there. Just tell me how disgraceful the man is. That's a lot of money, by the way, £1,300 for a pensioner. It's a lot of money. It's almost a fifth of their whole pension. Okay? So absolutely shame on you, Mayor Khan. Shame on you. And of course, when a person is disabled, it's even worse, you know. And I said, the old age pension is very small. Just about covers the necessities. And he wants to steal this money from these people. What little they have, he wants to steal from them. He wants to take it away from them. It's not theft. What would you call it? So this is in my legal, this is what I talk about in the legal disclaimer. When I say that maybe it isn't Khan himself who is a thief, but the mayor of London is a thief. Okay? I make that distinction, by the way. I'm saying that the mayor of London isn't necessarily as the man personally. Okay. Now I want to tell you something about blue badge holders. You know, the blue badges are not issued, I don't know how many people know that, but they're not issued to a car, they're issued to a person. So that means that the person can take his car and he can obtain concession if he in any car that he happens to be in. Okay? So if it's his friend's car, then that car has a right to display the blue badge, providing the disabled person is in that car or is using that car. Maybe they've gone out to have a cup of coffee or something like that. So really, a blue badge is to a person and not to a car. Now, you think about a poor soul who was helping, and providing a lifeline to that disabled person, now finds himself that his or her car is non-approved. So how can that, how could that Good Samaritan that was providing a lifeline continue to help his disabled friend? Well, all the things that he or she used to do before: shopping, hospital, doctor visits to friends, day out in the park, all gone in an instant. So I wonder if Khan ever thought about that, even once. Some people who don't belong to a disadvantaged one, you're okay, healthy, you've got no problems, you can run down the road, you can do anything you like. They don't think much. They don't think about disabled people. And then of course one day they're walking down the road and they just see somebody. Oh my God! Then of course they rush to help, don't they? So an able-bodied person, when he sees a disabled or an older person in distress, they'll rush to help. Yeah? But that's not where we need your help. Okay? We don't need you to go and rush to help when the person is down. We want you to try and prevent it. Prevent from this person from having a hard time in the future. And you can do that at these elections. You can keep Mayor Khan out of City Hall, You can do that. And then I want to tell you, those people who are uncivilized, who may be watching this video, whoever you are, you know who you are. You're the guy who goes and parks in a disabled bay. You're the uncivilized guy. You're the guy who doesn't give up his seat in a bus. You're the uncivilized guy. Or woman. Sorry, I don't mean to be a sexist. Okay, so you know who you are. I want to tell you this. You have absolutely no idea what it means to be British. Real Britons, traditionally, we're a proud people, we're kind, and we're civilized. Look at that. 3 things: proud, kind, and civilized. And most of us take very, very great pride and pleasure in helping those less fortunate than ourselves. Okay? Try and remember that. Next time you don't give up your seat in the bus. Try and remember that. So we should have a name for it. We should call it behaving like Khan when you don't give up your seat in a bus. And no civilized Briton would ever dream of depriving a disabled or needy person something she needs. No civilized Briton would ever dream of stealing from them either. So I don't think we call this, I've called it the Twilight Zone, we might call it the Khan Zone, This is of how NOx increase from the measures designed to decrease, okay? So you've set a measure to decrease the NOx, but instead what happens? It goes up. So here you are, Mr. Khan. That's Khan's Twilight Zone of NOx increase from measures designed to decrease. So here you are, and this is the scenario. An unhappy person, I've had to give up my car, so I'll call a minicab. Number 1, the empty minicab drives from its depot to pick up the person. That's one lot of NOx. Next, the minicab driver drives the person to the supermarket. That's a second. Then the empty minicab goes from the supermarket back to its depot. That's 3 lots. Then the person does the shopping and calls another empty minicab. That's 4 lots. And, at the same time, it's called a minicab. He's standing out there in the rain, getting soaked, the windy, freezing rain, and I've seen all that. Okay, so that's not. So there's four lots of NOx so far. Next day, minicab arrives, picks up the person, takes the person home. That's the fifth lot. And then when the minicab arrives to the person's home, it has to go back to the depot. So that's the sixth lot. Okay. And the chances are that the two minicabs are diesel non-ULEZ compliant, as many are. So, what was just shown is what, sorry, I was asking the question, is what was just shown what you and your technical team had in mind with your foolish policy, in addition to causing untold miseries. Is that what you had in mind? And then when I said your ULEZ scheme was scientifically bankrupt, this demonstration is just a small example of that bankruptcy. To multiply this small example, multiply this small example many times, many thousands of times over, and it's no longer a small example, is it? And you, Mr. Khan, want 4 more years to inflict Londoners with even more of this kind of incompetent rubbish. Thank you. Okay, folks, just a brief one, this one actually, because I know that there are a lot of people out there, and builders, and tradesmen, and delivery people, and all that, and they have a say too, and I didn't want to forget about them, because I do try and think of everyone. Now, when it comes to mobile cranes, the ULEZ website says that some of them are exempt. No, okay, that's fair enough. Can understand that, and that's a good thing. But why not all of them? Because they all serve a purpose. Okay. To a lesser or greater extent, they all do. And we can't really do without them. That's a very important point. How many times in London have you seen delivery of building materials, Travis Perkins or whatever, and they arrive there, and how many times have you seen that there isn't a parking place available? That's the first point. And, cars start backing up behind them, Now, if they had to really find a way to move the stuff off their lorries very, very quickly, they couldn't. They would have to do it slowly, and it might take them, I mean, if they're delivering a whole stack of bricks or something like that, might take them 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. And during that time, what happens? Well, a lot of cars back up behind them, and a lot of exhaust fumes. People don't switch their engines off. So there you are. There's the source of pollution that is generated by delivery lorry not moving away fast enough, or not allowing enough room for the others to pass. Maybe because they can't. So anyway, there you are. So it's a very good reason, really, to use trucks equipped with mobile cranes. Yeah, they get something down 1 minute. Something would take 10 minutes or 15 minutes to unload, they'll get it done in a minute. And what's more, they'll go on to the next delivery place, and they'll do that in a minute too. So all in all, they'll be delivering a lot more, and you know, that means fewer of them on the road. So again, you see, that's what I mean about this cockeyed science that Khan follows, you know. He hasn't got a clue. He should really exempt all of them. No, let's move on. Building worker, that's carrying out some works at your home. He's going to have materials delivered there. That's going to cost more, because that's not going to be free anymore. And again, you know, I'm here actually, and and it's other tradesmen as well. You know, it's not just builders. It's electricians. It's plumbers. It's carpenters and joiners and people working on especially people working on your roof. You know, sometimes they have some tarring equipment that they have to bring. So, you know, painters and decorators, you know, that might do not so much in their case, but still. People who are trimming your trees, you know, arborists, I think they're called. They have to bring their equipment along. He taxes refuse collection as well. Don't forget, exemption to taxi drivers, but not to refuse collection. What's more important, refuse collection or taxi? Especially when there are minicabs around. So, you know, lots of inconsistencies. But anyway, everything will cost more, and that's one of the things that I'm asking you tradesmen to keep in mind. Your vehicle may be okay. I'm just repeating myself a bit here. It may be okay. You may satisfy the ULEZ, but everything will be so expensive that a project that was going to start may not start. And you'll find yourself unemployed. You find yourself, your client, not being able to afford to start a project with you. And all because of this man. Now, let's be honest, you know, as I mentioned later, the MOT thing will probably mean a charge, an additional charge that you don't pay now, to everybody, ranging from about 20 to 40 to, in the cases of commercial people, maybe 20 to 50 pounds. Do you really resent paying that? Given that it's going to make your life so much easier, it's going to make the life of your customers so much easier. So you think about that one, because you've got that one to think about, you know. Because I think Khan is trying to bribe you. And you shouldn't let yourself be bribed like that. Okay. The point is, of course, if you're having building works at your home, people can be there for your days. Thank you. All right. Now, buying a replacement car. If you go on Khan's website, you'll see little ridiculous suggestions like they have a club or something, car club and all that. Car club's going to cost you more than your £12.50, so that's a bit of a stupid idea. Let's just start off, that's a really stupid idea. And also, older people, disabled, they have to get used to driving their cars, you know. You can't just hop into any, I mean, most of us can, but, you know, most of us are Well, most of us can, but older people, they can't. They've got to get used to their cars. And so, you know, suggesting go and join a car club that's derisory and insulting and frankly economically. So, oh yeah, well that explains why, you know, if he has ideas like go and use a car, that explains how he's managed to get London into such heavy debts, because of that way of thinking. That's a certain way, isn't it, of incurring debts. So, what are the options? The options are you've got to get yourself, if you're going to keep this ULEZ, you've got to get yourself another car. And a lot of people are attracted by battery cars, and I would say to you, as a second-hand deal, forget it. But let's continue. Let's look at the options. Well, what do? Do you just go and buy the nearest thing you can afford? It may not be very good, you know, instead of a 15-year-old or 20-year-old car or 18-year-old car, do you buy one that's 12 years old? Do you buy one that's... What do you do? I mean, you know, when you're buying another car, do you know what you're doing? If you're old, if you're disabled, do you know? Can you always expect the help that you deserve? You know, I'm going to make sure that you haven't bought... I mean, even the best of us, even an engineer like me, we can easily buy a car that's 11. Not that difficult, you know. People are very good at disguising things, you know. No, you think about it, you know. You're earning, what is it in London, £9 an hour? So 9 times 8, what's that? 9 times 9, 9 times 8, 72, something like that, yeah. And that's not a lot, is it? Not a lot for 5 days. You know, the rents in London are not cheap. Huh? They're not like in other parts of Britain. Well, parts of Britain are expensive as well, but not as expensive as London. So, you know, you have a high rent. The things that might be cheaper in London are food. Of course, that I don't mean supermarket food. I mean, you know, like go to the market and all that. You might get things cheaper, but it doesn't. Nowhere near makes up for what you have to pay in increased rents and increased bus fares and all sorts of things, you know. So, what does he do? Does a person go and get a loan? What sort of loan? Who's going to give him a loan? If you're old, if you're disabled, if you're elderly, who's going to give you a loan? So really you've got no choice but to try and make savings from something. And old people are very good at that. They know how to deprive themselves of things, you know. They won't eat for 2 or 3 days, you know. And that'll help, you know, save a few pounds, won't it? Won't it, Mr. Khan? So when they've got a loan repayment coming up, they'll say, I'm not going shopping this week. I'll keep the money aside to pay my loan for the car that Mr. Khan had forced me to buy. They'll do that one then. You won't mind, will you, Mr. Khan? So, said that, haven't I? That upsets me. And it's the old that upset me, because they're defenseless. The old and the elderly and the disabled, they really are defenseless. They have to do as they're told all the time, you know. Not this time. Go and vote him out. Maybe you get a really nice mayor. Somebody who's caring. I think all the candidates are caring, you know. certainly more than him. And yes, I'm repeating myself. Okay, now just talk about, because this is an important one, because people will say, well, the best insurance I've got is to buy a second-hand battery car. Well, alright, now that might be a very good idea from one point of view, but from another point of view it isn't, because these battery packs can cost more than £5,000. Now you might buy the car for £5,000 or maybe less, but the battery pack is not going to cost you that. It's going to cost you £6,000-7,000. It might be a little cheaper these days, but it's not likely, mainly because there's something called form and factor. What that means is that they've got to fit in a certain form, they've got to fit in a certain container so that they can be put into the vehicle easily and without a lot of modification. And really, even if you use new battery systems which are perhaps cheaper than the ones that the car originally came with, you're not going to save a lot, because you've got to get it all to fit in the old container, if you see what I mean. So, now, you look it up in the internet, 5 to 7 years, maybe it's a bit longer now, but 10 years ago, or 5 or 7 years ago, that's what it was. That was the figure, 5 to 7 years. And it also depends on how you use it, what the charging cycles are, or dendritic growth within the cells are. There are lots of very important parameters in batteries that can shorten the life of a battery, and nobody fully understands how to avoid excessive dendritic growth within a battery, that makes it short out, So, don't buy a battery car unless you're willing to buy a new one. If you can afford a new one, well, by all means. But then if you live out in the street, how are you going to get it charged? Now, Kant talks about charging stations and all that, Personally, I think that's pie in the sky, because, you have a charging station, and unless it's a very high-speed one, you might be sitting there for, half an hour waiting for your car to be charged. And the infrastructure needs to be here, but it needs to be out in the streets where your car is parked, and not anywhere else. I mean, near where I live, there are a few, 1 or 2 charging stations, and they're meant for residents. And guess what, folks? Guess how many times I've seen a black taxi cab there. Oh yeah, there are black taxi cab battery places, but point is, like I said to you before, the black taxi cab think they own the road. They own, it's all theirs. It's all for them. It's all for their benefit. Maybe I'm being harsh towards them, but it happens to be the truth. Go in London, and one of the things that they do frequently when they alight passengers, they'll stop right in the middle of the road. Now, how many times have you seen that happen? And you're in the back waiting to go, perhaps you're in a hurry, and they won't hoot and toot as much as you like. They'll go when they're good and ready, and not before. So really, there isn't the battery charging infrastructure available in London. If you're lucky to have a drive where you live, then by all means, The other alternative is to buy a hybrid car, but then you never know. he might get you for that later. Okay. And now I come back to that statement I was mentioned at the beginning. We would prefer you to use a... That's on their website, okay? Go to the ULEZ website, you'll see that nearly on every page. We would prefer that you use a vehicle that meets the emissions target rather than pay. Well, speechless. Anyway, folks, okay, so now we come to another topic, which is, I've called it geographical nonsense, because it really is. I lost my microphone again. What he's done is just looked at a road that, I mean, all of you in London will know about the North Circular Road or the South Circular Road. And it's just used that as a convenient boundary. So, and it makes no sense, as you know, I mentioned here. And you know, really, I think what I object to more than anything else is he's treating everybody with such contempt. He says, you're stupid, you're not going to understand what I'm doing. I'm just going to do what I want to do, and you're going to believe me, because I tell you so. That's Mr. Khan for you. He thinks, you know, that London is so full of idiots that he can do what he likes, and you know, no one will see through him. Well, a lot of people do see through, have seen through him, but you know, how many people have got the time or feel so strongly as I do to have done anything about it? I don't know. But we know, Mr. Khan, we know the big con that the GLA and you, as mayor, have undertaken against Londoners. We know the big con. Now, you know, there's also an uneven distribution of the population. A lot more people in the south are going to not have to pay any ULEZ, although they are closer to London than some other parts, you know. I mean, you know, North Circular goes up to pretty far up north, you know. Some of the parts of South London are equivalent to coming up to, say, I don't know, not Wilston, but lower down, maybe, you know, maybe Kilburn, somewhere like that, you know, or just lower down from Wilston, or go down maybe a little bit further than Holloway Prison, around that, or Finsbury Park maybe. So, you know, quite a way away from the North Circular world. That would be the equivalent South Circular Road. And of course it's completely haphazard. There's probably no correlation at all. In fact, I'd be very surprised if there was, because, you know, having driven around in London, there's no real correlation, as far as I can see anyway, to saying, yes, the boundary is very, very well defined by the North Circular and South Circular. Isn't. I've said what he should have done. He should have set up monitoring equipment, and then, you know, like the contours of a weather map, done something like that. That's what I'm saying here. But of course, you know, once you've done that, once you've defined all the areas of equal pollution, then something that could be changing day to day, couldn't it? One day it could be heavy pollution here, the next day could be heavy pollution there. So you deal with that dynamic, you know, situation his way. My way you can't. I say my way, it's not really my way, it's the MOT way, you know. The MOT way, you can, because you are keeping an eye on, you are saying to people, look, we're going to reduce the overall level of pollution in London. Not just what you do, but what everybody as a group does. So that's what I say here. MOT route for ULEZ policy, these practicality problems disappear, they do. Okay, this is a pretty short one, you know, and I think I just care for the image that Britain generates from the world. From my days at university in London, I know very well that many students from all around the world think that it's a great privilege to come and study in the United Kingdom, and of course it still is. But you know, this man is in danger of putting a lot of that at risk by saying, look what this country's capital city is doing in terms of science. Okay? He's putting our good name to risk. I don't know how you feel about that. Maybe you're not a scientist and you don't care. But I do. I care very much. You don't have many things in life, do you, that you care passionately about? And most of us care about something passionately. And mine happens to be engineering and science. It's something that I lived and breathed all my adult life, and ever since I can remember, since a little boy of 6 years old, I wanted to be either a pilot or an engineer. I don't know when I changed round, but anyway. So it's scandalous for somebody to sully the name of Britain to this extent. It really is scandalous. And you know, you can see the anger in Boris's eyes. And when he was saying, you know, how he left the country in good shape, you could see the anger in his eyes. Now, you may not be a Tory supporter, but, you know, you can't let this thing happen. You really can't. It is scientifically and technically stupid. And the world's going to have a good laugh at us. But I want to show the world that not only are we going to hopefully throw this man out, but we're going to replace it with a really good system that's been developed by Britain in the past, that works really well, and that can work as well for the ULEZ, and that can be a role model for the rest of the world. That's what I want. And that's what can happen. But you got to get rid of this monster. And I want you absolutely not vote for him so that he loses his deposit. I think he's got to get fewer than, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 votes and he loses his deposit. That would be a great statement from Britain. It really would. It would be telling the world, no, we've sussed him out, we know exactly what he's trying to do, and we don't want this kind of man as a politician for Britain. We just don't want him. He can go back to being a solicitor somewhere, you know. I don't think they'd want him either, but nevertheless. And I will show you later on how incredibly stupid. I'll give you a demonstration later on of what feedback is, and you'll see for yourself.